names the soundtrack for this game at all? So the plan for today. Oh, is it? Ah, okay. I was gonna say, I was thinking like maybe that's the name of like the title track for this? I don't know. Is that what you play in the background when you're playing this then? Well, that's kind of the gist that I get. But yeah, no, plan for today is I had a run going, but that was on the old version. So we're just going to leave that one, which is fine. We're going to pick up a new run, and we're going to play the humans. Because the humans are the race that I actually really know in Odd Realm. And for those of you who don't know, I am currently in the works of doing an interview with the developer of this game. So I will be chatting with him on Monday off stream. And recording it and editing it and putting it up on YouTube for the people who do watch on YouTube. Similar to what I did with the pretty recent interview with the developer of Soul Ash, little roguelike. So that's why we're playing more of this, which means I'll do at least today, full day, and then probably another at least half day or two over the next week. Off-stream chat? Yeah, that's how I do the majority of the interviews, so I can actually edit them properly. Tarn Adams is a unique exception where I just stream it, because fuck it. It's a great day for you, and you survived the first day in CDDA in good shape. Oh, good stuff. Good stuff. Good stuff. Humans. Yeah, well, I mean, you could also just say that I'm double dipping in the case of Tarn. You know, got to help out all of... Got to get as many eyeballs on the thing as possible, right? Got to get as many eyeballs on the thing as possible. I don't know why, but I always feel the need to just click the seed button a couple of times. I need to I need to name the realm. Toad's just fun to talk to, though. Or at least until the graphical release is done, Ashland Snow, I'm assuming. I mean, you won't be. If you're waiting for the Steam version specifically, you won't be. I mean, it'll be out... I'll say this. It'll be out faster than Mountain Blade Bannerlord took. I'll say this, because it's not like they're rewriting the whole thing. Every day they make progress. Last I checked, the heat wave was kind of brutal for them. But, like, it'll be out. Don't be silly. Everybody's like, oh, it'll be out when I die. It's like, well, unless you're going to die in the next 6 months, which, I mean, you never know. You might. The world works in weird ways, but it'll be out in a more reasonable amount of time than that, I think. Yeah, sure, we'll go with that. Okay, so well, like I said, with the last round that we did were the ancients, and these guys are like connected to weird magics and summon demons to do their bidding, and you don't actually have that many permanent residents. We're gonna play the humans, where they're a bit more normal, where they make humans by hanging out together and, you know, doing human things, and don't need to harvest weird void materials to keep their weird lich bodies alive. You know, it's really funny, Freskins, when people are like, yo, Tarn should just hire some more programmers. Because every single time I hear Tarn should just hire some more programmers, it always comes back around to, but then Tarn would need to teach them the code. And he doesn't have good documentation on how he writes his code. So he'd have to make the documentation and then teach them the code. and let them go over it, which, from many people's estimates, could take a long time. He has the same time window as a German handy. Man, keep yourself ready and between 8 to 16 during the next 6 months, and he will come over. Yeah, that seems timely, if that. It doesn't quite know the definitions. Huh. I mean, I am like a third German, and I don't know anything about being punctual, hence why I'm an hour late today, so you know. So you know. Also, Squag, I hope things are good. So is anybody here not familiar with this game at all? If you're not familiar with this game, let me know. And, I'll do a little bit more of an overview. Otherwise, we're just hanging out. Raise his hand? All right, well, I'll jump over to the Steam page real quick. This is Odd Realm. It is available on Steam and itch.io, and it is a, well, early access game made by a dude from my city, actually, which is funny because he posted a tweet on Twitter of a picture of him hiking somewhere where I went hiking last year. I was like, that trail looks really familiar. But anyway, I've never met him, but he lives in my city. Anyway, this is his game. This is Odd Realm. These are all screenshots of people's creations. Odd Realm is kind of like Dwarf Fortress, but not really. It's kind of like Dwarf Fortress in the sense that it has Z levels, it has the same perspective, it has the same kind of construction style. It's, yeah, aside from the fact that it's mouse-driven. And you scroll through Z levels with the mouse wheel. It scratches the same itch for me as Dwarf Fortress, while at the same time feeling completely different. It's more of a town builder than a big settlement builder, or like, I guess, world simulator like Dwarf Fortress. It doesn't have anywhere near the depth in the overworld map or anything, but you can do a few things that you can't do in Dwarf Fortress. Like, you can just, like, pack up your stuff and move somewhere else. It feels a lot more like Dwarf Fortress than something like RimWorld, even though it is a lot lighter on the mechanics than both of them. There is combat, yeah, but it's pretty simple. The ancients, who are the, like, liches, can use magic spells and such. I haven't played the humans in about a year and a bit, so I don't know if their combat has been expanded since I last played, but it's more currently focused on the building. It's one of those games where it's going to be in development for a long time, and he's going to keep adding stuff to it for a long time, so I kind of am okay with it not having that much in as far as like combat mechanics go. The developer has said, at least I saw him say this on his stream, he's targeting more of a Terraria type feel versus a Minecraft type feel, if that makes any sense. So the game's going to end up being more about digging down and finding creatures in the depths and fighting bosses and such eventually. But there's always an update coming soon, Zapdos. That's the thing, right? There's always an update coming soon. But yeah, it's much more of a just build and chill kind of game. Yeah, no, I mean, another thing about this game is unlike Dwarf Fortress, there are 2 playable races, and there are, what, 5 is it 5 or 6 planned? Hold on, let me check. It is, I can't actually find the list now. 3 more being worked on, so 5 planned, 2 playable. So there's 3 more coming, 3 more races. And the races play completely different. Playing SNES all weekend long? Yeah, I mean, also it's one of those games where it's really cheap. So I would actually say that part of the intrigue, like part of the reason this game is like, you know, maybe could be a little bit more detailed in some ways. Part of the reason I'm totally okay with the way it is because, well, it is cheap, so. But, you know, you got your liquid physics, you got fun construction mechanics that are super simple to kind of wrap your head around. The digging can get a little funky sometimes, but you can also pack up and move your settlement, which is pretty cool. So yeah, it's a neat little game. It's definitely not perfect, and it's definitely like no dwarf fortress, but it's also unique enough in its own way that it stands on its own 2 feet. So, just trying to decide where I want to be. Where do I want to be? Yeah, that's actually very similar to the way Dwarf Fortress works. I kind of like this area up here, up on a mountain, where it's chilly. I don't know if I necessarily want ferocious neighbors, though. Ferocious seems a little, how should I put it? Like, I won't live that long? Which maybe is ideal, I don't know. Ooh, I kind of want to sit out on the ocean, but then we wouldn't have as much space for farming. It's like the Dwarf Fortress. If you wanted to boil out Dwarf Fortress into just the Fortress mode, it's probably what you'd get. Well, I mean, I consider this to be like Dwarf Fortress, but more focused on the town building aspect, and less on the over-violence, and less on the, what's the word I'm looking for here? Less on the anxiety, and more on the just being a dwarf. I kind of like this peninsula. But I'm not going to have that much space. Also, hey, stupid. How's things, man? Hope you've been well. No, but you might run into a weird frogman down in the deep depths of the world who tells you that he's a chill fellow. Because I had that happen the last time I played. We ran into a frogman down in the depths of the world, and he stated that he was a chill fellow. It's a literal island. Huh. This seems kind of fun. Kind of got a small mountain in the corner. A very enigmatic toad. I don't know, he had a lot of HP, so. A lot of HP, and his attack power was enough to one-shot any of my dudes with one hit, so. Kind of thought about just attacking him to see what would happen, but I didn't. I always take way too long to select where to live. Also, screw a zombie elk. Zapdos. What about a human neck? Imagine getting gelded by an undead neck. Kind of thinking about dropping down right here. I realize I'm taking way too long to settle, but I'm in kind of a slow-paced mood this morning. Also, my throat keeps filling up with phlegm. It's kind of annoying, actually. No, literally, I had a fort where a guy got gelded by a neck. Like, literally, the head got chopped off and the body got chopped off, and it was just like the neck part separated. I guess it was being like an inchworm. I imagine some of the sarcophagus was still sticking out, right, Max? Yes, just all the way into the neck. I kind of like the idea of like a river with a mountain on either side. Something like this. Although these are ferocious neighbors. Something like that. Ooh, actually, I think that might be us. We can live down in that little valley in between the two mountains. But it's, why is it so ferocious? I kind of want, like, Untamed at the very least. What about down here? It's pretty ferocious. Pretty ferocious. It's very foresty. In this game or in something else, Freskins? Yes, this aperture science seems trustworthy. Black metal is a less intense form of punishment than kneecapping. Goat's milk makes cheese. Summoning chickens isn't recommended. Broken mugs might encourage using caution more than fighting musicians. Nonsensical nonsense makes no common sense. Which way is the pit? If you'd like to add more words to that, go to my Discord and go to the Add a Word Stories room. Oh, you own it and have like 200 hours in it. Oh, I mean, that sounds about right, yeah. The thieves are very much act big, but generally aren't actually that big. Yeah, you know what? We'll settle right here. This will be fine. I'm kind of thinking we, I think we're going to go with a band of fighters on a mission to claim new land. I think we could do that. That or we could do a lone settler living off the land, but I don't know how wise that is. I'm kind of between these two, Vanguard or Hermit. I don't remember this game being particularly hard to play as humans, so we could just do a lone settler living off the land, which I think could be an interesting way to start it off. That being said, we could also do the group of fighters on a mission to claim new land. What do you guys think? Because you still can get more people. Oh, also, I need to change the sub goal, because we are now at 269 subscribers instead of 385. Nice, though. And it's updated. Not that you guys will see it on this screen, though. Evil Trick, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, Cheese Ravers. If you put normal Trick Cheese into the chat, my bot will give you wine. Welcome, Raiders. How was Songs of Six? This is Odd Realm, another game in that vein. I'm trying to decide what difficulty I want to play right now.
Cheese for everyone!
But what's up, Matt Gucci and Rolf? Did you guys run into more technical difficulties again today? I hope it wasn't anything major. Hey, Trick. What's up, man? You've played a little bit of this before a while ago, right? Just a little bit of this, correct? Was very bare-boned at the time. I'd give it another look, but then again, I usually say that about games I'm interested in. I'm trying to decide whether or not I want to do a band of fighters on a mission to claim new land or a lone settler living off the land. Kind of leaning towards this one. Kind of leaning. I mean, we could also just go a diverse group of settlers looking to start a new colony. I don't know. Having less stuff off the bat sounds nice. So I think we'll do medium. So we start off with 2 warriors and an archer. 200 currency. Ren. We need a settlement name, though. You know it, Haas. What's up, Haas? I was actually lurking in your stream the other day, listening to you ramble. It was enjoyable rambles. But yeah, if you guys don't know Evil Trick is part of my stream team. He plays games like, actually, I don't even know what... Trick, what do you do these days? It's kind of a bit of everything, but some RTS, some Colony Builder, some other things. Go watch Evil Trick. He's good people. No, see, like, DF actually has an in-canon name now for its money. Zethal. I have a command for this. Because I like that person's take. So we start off with some purified water, some wheat, some carrot, some broccoli, some gooseberries, 2 wood bows, or a wood bow, an iron dagger, and an iron sword. Bit of all. Are we doing Creeper World on Monday? Just, you know, asking for science, of course. I mean, I'm just sweating because it's hot in here. Like, it's got nothing to do with pressure. Evil Trick, I would recommend that you try it out a little bit first, because the UI is made by a programmer, not a game designer. I'll say that. I kind of wish I could randomly generate the name. I mean, the UI is fine. It makes no sense the first time you look at it. It's like, what the fuck is this? Oh, kind of have to just, I don't know, run through the first, like, 2 or 3 missions. If you've never played a Creeper World game before. I don't know what Norwig is. It's like someone took Norway and Wig and put them together. The river is very short. The what river, chat? Scary? Sleepy? Go get your food that you were talking about on your stream. Evil Trick. Cheers and thanks for the raid. Watery. I mean, we could call it the wet river. Because that would be fitting. Because generally rivers are wet. Also, hi, animal. Swaying? I like swaying. Or we could call it the Weeping River. You like to take over and claim other villages in this here game? Just run in and murder everybody? I actually haven't messed around with any of the overworld map stuff. Like, at all. So, this will be interesting. Yeah, let's go with swaying. Oh, holding left control of the mouse wheel will change the game scale. We made it. This is our new home. And it looks like we have enough provisions to last us a few more days. That's not a good sign. Before long, we need to find some more food and water. Over time, your settlers will become hungry and thirsty. Use the plant menu to start planting new crops and grow food. Settlers will carry out jobs automatically, but you can issue a move order to them if needed. Select a settler with the left mouse click while hovering over one, and then right mouse click to issue the order. To unpause the game, or change the game's speed, use these buttons. Thanks, game. Yeah, okay, I knew that much. I also knew that much. All right. Ooh, look at all this space. So much potential for possibilities. I didn't actually know about the hold control and zoom in and zoom out. So that's our settly spot. A few years during travel. Oh, that's fine. I don't see any problems here. Ooh, what's this? Copper? I guess it makes the world feel bigger. Chickens. Now I have this problem where I'm like, where are my dudes? There are my dudes. We have Corbeth Durwick, Alice Yamudwin, and Halix Perwian. Very creative names. I feel like gotta get some stuff chopped down and figure out where we're going to live. Another thing that we need to do is we need to get some food planted. So I need to figure out where to do that as well. Probably down here on the beach, I'm thinking. Also thinking we hack down all these and all of these. So let's get the trees down first, and then we'll figure out food. Question is, inventory and equipped items in the select into, okay. Character info, yes. The character info, you can see the inventory screen, yada yada. Behaviors panel, attributes panel, yes. This kind of overview is actually very helpful when you don't play these games on and on, or when you don't play a game for a really long period of time. Good day, Renee. Woodwork disabled. Enabled. So now I'm hoping, because we did start with an axe, set automatically equip items. Uniforms can be assigned to professions, where all of your settlers with a specific profession will equip items with that uniform. Or you can assign uniforms to your control groups, and settlers that have that group will assign items in the uniform. Yep. Okay. It's always just a matter of running through every little bit of the UI again and reminding myself where everything is. Especially considering the last time I played this was a different race. You have had your raiders die of old age when they arrive, like show up and then just like immediately keeled over and died. That's kind of hilarious. That's one of those like the group moves as fast as the slowest person kind of deal, you know? All right, well, we need to get woodworking enabled on some people. We also need to get mining enabled on some people. We need to get logging enabled on you. Harvesting. You can take stonework. You can take metalwork. Void work isn't really something we do just yet, or at all with these guys as far as I can tell. I'm not going to worry about, well, let's just make sure that these are kind of evenly dispersed. Certain events will be indicated by the notification pip. Thanks, game. Previous ones can be found in the previous notification pip. Awesome. Forestry. Everyone should have clear remove. Vocation, fight melee, fight that. Tame animal, you can take that. And planting. Planting and planting. Everybody can have planting. It looks like the trees are getting hacked down. Excellent. I mean, we're not dead. I don't know what you're talking about with that, but we are here. All right, we're gonna go down to, whoop, that's not, okay. Plant. I can plant apple trees, arrow trees, or oak trees. Yeah, that's not what I need. I need to harvest some stuffs. Just so that, you know, I'll get some seeds to plant. Although I'm pretty sure most of those are just going to end up being flowers. So Not exactly the most helpful. I'm also going to need to do something with these chickens. Although I don't actually know how to tame them. Or I need to find the button again to tame them. I know that I can tame them, it's just a matter of how to tame chick in. I think we're going to be building wood houses probably. I'm thinking we build wood houses kind of over top of the water here, and we do fishing. What do you think? I mean, if you never like finished the end of a really long hike, Zapdos, and then just like flopped on the ground, I can relate to that. As somebody who did that last week. To designate areas in the world for items to be placed, use the zones menu. Yes. 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 Okay. Well, we got a bunch of broccoli and carrots, so that's good. This whole game is quaint. That's actually a really good... way to describe this game, is just quaint. Really? I can't, like, build flooring out of wood? I can do shingles, plank walls, doors. Because I kind of just want to build shit out of wood. But I can't actually remember what wood tiles are called. Have I tried Songs of Six? Yes, I have. But it makes my OBS crash, so I'd rather not play it. If it didn't make my OBS crash, I'd play more of it. Wood plank, that's it, probably, I'm assuming. Unless you're asking me because Evil Trick was just playing it. I actually got Evil Trick the key for that. But yeah, if it didn't make my OBS crash, I would have played more of it. And your point is what? I also saw that it got an update yesterday. And the month before that, and the month before that. It still makes my OBS crash, so I don't care. It might as well not exist for me, unfortunately. It's kind of unfortunate, to be honest. This game's very not Stardew, which makes me happy. If this game was too much like Stardew, I wouldn't really enjoy it. There's something about Stardew's overwhelming positivity that I find exhausting. I don't know what it is, but games like that style of like, oh, it's super wholesome all the time, is just so... I don't know if anybody else ever feels that. But like, I don't know. I need a threat. I need something to want to fight against or like actually deal with. And no, the town being taken over by capitalism is... Yeah, it's super fake and cultish. That's the way to put it. It's like, man, all of you need a restraining order. The video game, basically. It's like, none of this feels okay. Especially like some of these like not as good games that are in that style. It's like, oh, you get off at the wrong stop. Like, isn't like the whole story of I want to say My Time at Portia literally just, oh, you got off at the wrong station and you just exist here now? Like, I'm pretty sure that's the whole story for that game. It's creepy as hell. Hey, LaFonda. What's up? How's things? No, I think honestly it's less that. For me, the thing I dislike about Stardew Valley is the same thing I dislike about all of the Harvest Moon games. It has like dating stuff in it, and that stuff always gets weird. It's busy today. What is it, and what is busy about it? I hope it's good busy and not bad busy. I mean, it is the weekend, right? Work is busy? I gotcha. I saw this meme the other day, which was Happy Friday or Happy Saturday, and then it's just the response was I work weekends, and it's like, yeah, I think that's always been my life. Does anybody else know what I mean when I say that it's like too freakishly positive for Stardew Valley? It's like or am I just weird? There goes a little flock of squeakins. That was your meme? I'm pretty sure I saw it before then, but both? Okay. Kind of wish the map went a little further this way, but it's okay. Squeak, squeak, squeakers, squeaking. I love this moment when there's just like, what is this? Oh, I can't even check? That's unfortunate. Assuming it's just regular rock, but... Oh, there's an iron vein down there. It's underwater. Okay, that's just plain stone, but there's an iron vein down here and I can't get to it because it's underwater. Excellent. In what way? That's like saying that Tim Burton is like the godson of Walt Disney. No. Not at all. Ironically, I also don't like Don't Starve. I've played that game a few times and it's like actively unpleasant to play. I kind of wish I understood why people liked that game, but I really don't. That's not what I wanted to hit. Trying to remember what the hotkey to rotate stuff was. I know I've found it before. So that's left control. Yeah, I'll figure it out later. Yeah, see, part of it was I found that game was more graphics. Like, the graphics actively got in the way of me enjoying it. I found things very difficult to parse in that game. There's so many choices that you hate in it. See, I like the... I like the darker parts of... What's the word I'm looking for here? Stardew, right? Like, I'm aware of the darker issues that are handled in that game, but the overall theme of the game is so overwhelmingly hunky-dory, it just feels fake to me. You watch too many streams and just lost the discovery parts? Fair enough. Yeah, I can see that. I've had some games ruined for me by streams. All right, we need to make zones here. The rest can just kind of be left around. It's fine. Need to eat my carrots or broccolis and such. Like, it's... Don't Starve is a game where, like, the visuals and the style actively got in the way of me enjoying the game. I was planning on doing that. But I'm... Okay. Let's... collect water along here. Because that's definitely a body of water. I was going to put a well in the middle of this, but... And I guess this kind of goes back to why I like ASCII games, Stefanos, is because it's like... I would love to play Don't Starve, but just on a hex grid. Which is like, I would probably play that exact same game and love it if it was like a turn-based game. But the fact that it's real time and it has that art style just makes it super uninteresting to me. Max Hedge and whiskey can be made. Ooh. I'm looking for a specific tool. Pretty sure. I thought there was like a loot tool, unless I'm missing something. But we're gonna put food there and seeds here. Probably just put a building on top of all of this, like a little on-land building. No matter how hard you try, everything will run out. I mean, I don't know if I necessarily like that either. I don't know. I've kind of just come to terms with the fact that a lot of the most popular games in the world I just don't enjoy. Because I feel that my desire or the things that I want to get out of a game is very rarely the thing that the game's actually going to give me. And just wanting those things often, you know, isn't just gonna... It's not gonna cut it, right? And there are a few games that provide that, and I should take that and run and be happy with that, instead of, like, complaining that the more popular games should be the way I want them to be, because I know that even if they were the way I wanted them to be, it still wouldn't satisfy. Also, I need to... just cancel all this because I need to get stuff stored. We can work on that later. Got to get stuff put into stockpiles so it doesn't go bad. Get things into storage rooms. Let's also speed up time just a little bit. Let's get those stairs done. I do really like the music in this game. That being said, I wish that there was more of it. Also, the way that Spitalier words it, Zapdos, is kind of the reason that I go, about Stardew. Because there's other games that handle that sort of subject matter significantly better. But, you know, also, I would argue that that's not what Stardew is trying to do. Which makes it kind of not a knock against Stardew. Stardew isn't trying to say much in the way of mental health. It's not. This chill-tastic, it really is. It's one of the reasons why Dwarf Fortress is so special, Zapdos. It's one of the most special things about Dwarf Fortress, actually, is the fact that the world doesn't change with or without your intervention. It's just there. It just exists. And that part is particularly cool. It's a massive pity that more games don't do that. All right, I need a kitchen. I kind of want to get this dug out first. So I'm just going to let them keep doing what they're doing and kind of just, I mean, I don't know this game that well, but we still have plenty of food. So I'm just going to kind of assume that we're okay for food for a bit. Although they are getting rained on. Should probably give them a shelter. I just want them to finish digging this area out. In the end, the part that you enjoyed more since Stardew Valley was the thing in the farming, so you just started playing Farming Sim. You see, I'm kind of with you there. It's like, if I wanted to play Stardew Valley, I'd rather just play Farming Sim. It's all the other things around the edge that bother me in Stardew. Like, if there was... I mean, there probably is a mod or something that's just a sandbox mode that just removes all of that. But I'm not entirely certain that that's what I'd want to play either. I don't know. I'm just super indecisive with that sort of stuff. And I don't know. I don't pretend to be perfect. That's what I'm looking for. You. Need to get rid of that little stair. Doo-doo. This game always looks so quaint. Well, I need seeds, right? And planting... I mean, I guess I could plant like apple trees. I don't actually know. But crabgrass and ladyharp and burr clovers aren't going to get me very far. So I need seeds from like my carrots and shit. So I need them to eat them so I can get those seeds. But I don't know. Something that I've kind of come to terms with, though, with games as well, is that I will always prefer to, like, just as a, like, this is more of as just a content creator type deal. I would rather play the smaller game that less people know about because I can have more of an impact on that game itself, you know? Me playing Odd Realm is going to help Odd Realm a lot more than me playing Stardew would help Stardew, right? So just as a creator, I think it's more valuable to my audience and it's more valuable to everybody's time here for me to play the game that maybe less people know about than the game that everybody already knows about. That being said, it's not as good for my numbers, but because more people just want to see the thing they already know about. But because I'm in the lucky position of being funded through Patreon and subscribers and the generosity of people who watch me, I'm still here. Is it hot? I don't know if it's, yeah, it's pretty hot. It's pretty hot. I'm pretty sure that's Celsius. So, yeah, it's pretty hot. I mean, if liquids freeze at 0... I'm parched. I did though. I did do the collect water job though, game. Maybe I need to do it on repeat. Can I make a water storage zone? Well, there's plenty of fresh water there now. Well, it's not purified fresh water, but it's water. How are they alive? A good question. Maybe they are demi-skeletons. I mean, dwarves in Dwarf Fortress can survive at ridiculous. Yeah, it's 20 asterisks. So I don't know. I mean, maybe it's Celsius. Maybe it's just their own weird measurement. This game is indeed super cheap. Yeah, no, this game is currently $9 Canadian, so it's like $8 if you're in US monies, which is one of the reasons why I would actually recommend, if you really like this game, buy it on Steam, play it, and then go buy it on itch for more than it's worth, because this dev does not give us enough ways to give him money. Like, he has a Patreon that doesn't have enough supporters. It's one of those games where it's like, man, I really, really, really want to see this get developed for a really long time. But it's just, you know. It's one of those games where, like, I look at the Patreon for it, and I'm like, this is, like, criminally undersupported. It has 13 patrons, and I'm one of the 13. Krug Smash is another one. Oddly enough. It's like I've just kind of accepted I'm not going to get the same number of hours out of this game as I will out of Dwarf Fortress, but it's also not a it's not a fair comparison. So I'm totally okay with that. You're just like sleeping in the pile of stuff. Okay. Based on Fahrenheit that adjusted so that 0 is absolute 0. It didn't make an emote on my screen. Did it make an emote for you? Well, I mean, what's it called? They describe, it's called asters. Whereas 60 asters. So it's not Celsius. So my assumption with very warm would be like, wouldn't that be what, like maybe like 25 C on the high end? What I guess it depends on where you are that you would describe something as very warm. I think personally I would skip very warm and go straight to hot, but that's just me. I love the little ponytail bouncing behind Alice. It's just amusing to me. 30 and above hot? Okay, fair enough. I mean, we're into hot now. We hot now, boys. Everything about this game, Dinzen, is cute. Everything. I still stand by what I said, like, roughly 2 years ago, back when I first played this, that this game very much could be considered an entry way into Dwarf Fortress, just because the control style is so similar to Dwarf Fortress in the way, like, Z levels work. It's a pretty good way to just wrap your head around Z levels. Like, if you can play this game, you can play Dwarf Fortress because it has all of the same base mechanics. Yeah, I like that they have to climb. Like, there's no ramps, but they have to climb up the Z levels. It's it's kind of funny. And then you build little stairs so they can just like quickly go up and down. And is represented by an asterisk. A simple scale of 1 to 100. Things at 0 to start will freeze. When things at 100 are on fire, things at 50 are resting body temperature. You can imagine what 40 would be a nice spring day. Huh. Okay. I mean, it's 64 hot in the middle of the night in spring, so I guess it's just like Earth right now. We just in Western Canada. More like a hot, yeah, exactly. More like a hot spring day. A really fucking hot spring day. Ooh, a bloteus mushroom. Do do do, do do do, do do do, do do do. Just looking around for any other bloteus mushrooms. 3 new blueprints. Roasted bloteus mushrooms can now be made. Mushroom wine can now be made. We Dorfin boys. I don't know how many of those we'll get, so I'll just plant that. There's also fresh wheat right there. Is that harvestable? I guess that's my picked... Oh, I see. They're storing it there. I getcha. Bloteus Maximus Meridius. Husband to a... large son. I don't know where I'm going with this. I was gonna go into like only goes to fast food places, but hungry settlers, eat something. Sheesh. All right, let's just see if I can build a kitchen outside, because I think I can. It requires a table, cauldron, and a cabinet. I'm going to need to put walls around it. Yada, yada. Yada, yada. Yada, yada. Yada, yada. All right. Table. I guess I need iron to make a cauldron. Or bronze, according to this. Kind of figured I would start with a cauldron. Guess that's different difficulty. Well, I need to find iron in that case. Or bronze, I guess. There's copper. Freezing but not breezing. Easy breezy. Lemon squeezy. What else can I build? Rooms, Henry Clother Well Distillery, farms, smithy. Campfire plus, I think campfire is the thing I need. Stool and a fire pit. So let's just do stool and a fire pit. I'm not a fan, and I never have been a fan of this searching mechanic. It's like hit B and then hold down shift and type in the thing. It's like, why can't I just click search? Instead of like hold down shift, like tap shift or something. I might just get rid of that room. I think that's what I'm gonna do. And clear, remove those. Working on it. One thing at a time. So I'm pretty sure with that, at the fire pit, we can purify water. I can make coal out of wood. Is that auto job? 20. Maybe always have 20 coal. Always have 10 water. And I don't know how many carrots I have currently. Inventory. There are 4. So let's roast 4 carrots. But I need to set up a cook. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to... I think it's... Need to find cooking. It's in here somewhere. Cook! There. Oh, we do. Or anybody can cook. Let's make sure it gets done. Oh, do I need 2? I need 2 campfires. I didn't actually realize that. Why do I need 2 campfires? Am I missing something? Oh, I need 2 stools, not 2 campfires. I think that room's in the right spot. Yes. Bird sounds makes me feel like I'm just listening to birds now. Like a normal DF day. Topic of DF, we'll be doing a day fort tomorrow. We're doing this today because I need footage and I need to get this done. And I didn't quite know what I wanted to do for the day fort. I got a pretty good idea, but I kind of need to do some pre-planning for those now, which is fine. Just means I got to plan ahead a bit. You're idling? You're making coal. Is there a way to increase your priority? Ah, I see. This button. Roasted carrots, get those done. Because I think those will give me the ability to then plant carrots. I think. Which I will plant down here. The auto jobs are pretty satisfying too. Yeah, I mean, you can like fully automate your bases in this. Also, like grass regrows, trees regrow, everything regrows. Working on our little boardwalk once again. I'm a little bit rambly today, but that's how I get when I'm learning things, reminding myself how to do things. Let's speed time up just a little bit. At least we got plenty of water. I love that I can still kind of see what's going on, too, from this far zoomed out. You can also zoom the way the hell in. Chat, if you guys are having trouble seeing things, let me know and I'll keep her more zoomed in. Because I've had it at like this most of today, but like I could go all the way into here. So just let me know what's easier for you guys. Okay, how come you're still producing coal? Let's just say 10. So I need to get those roasted carrots done. I also got to get one of those done. And a few of those done. You're still making coal. What the hell? The heck, man? Go make us more food. Unless you don't have cooking. You should, though. Yep, you got cook. You're not the best at it, mind you, but you should in theory have it. So I'd like you to go do cooking, please and thank you. Whenever, you know, it suits your fancy, I guess. Still just making okay, fine. I will clear the goddamn job then. If that's what you want from me, I will clear the goddamn job. Go make us some roasted stuff, cause like that's what we actually need. Tasty roasted carrots. We will die of lack of protein in a couple of weeks. Also, chat, I'm pretty sure investments are open because I don't think anybody has used those yet. So you should be able to invest your tickets if you would like. In fact, let's check. I was correct. Because when am I wrong? Except for like 70% of the time. Our food supplies are running lowish. And I was under the impression that cooking food made it last longer. Now I'm starting to question that. Murphist!
Dear citizens, have any social interactions with each other like in DF?
First off, Murphist, thanks for the 6 months and for the first resub of today. Cheers. Welcome back for another month. Chat, can I get a big round of beers for Murphist? And to answer your question, yes, they do, but it's not as deep as DF. Like, they can become friend. I'm just trying to find the actual little bit, but they wrong menu. But they do develop friendships and they can hook up and stuff. Question is just, where is that actual menu? Because, like, I know it exists. But this game kind of suffers from, you know, tiny UI syndrome, at least for me, a little bit. But yes, they do have social interactions. It's just not as deep as a Dwarf Fortress. But then again, you could probably say that about most of the mechanics in this game. It's like, yeah, well, they do that. It's just not that deep. We are running sketchily low on food, and I don't have any seeds for more food yet, which is concerning. At least we get mushrooms soonish, though. We've got fresh roasted Blotius mushrooms, which is good. Got a ton of oak tree seeds. Squeakin' have appeared on the map. Where? Do I want to hunt them? I mean, I could. Could also try fishing, which is kind of what I wanted to do. So I'm going to queue up a job and queue up fish. Fish. And then see if there's a room I can build related to fishing. Doesn't seem to be. This seems to just kind of smartly get bigger as stuff gets added, so. Fodder makes plant fiber. Also working on some roasted broccoli as well. A cat have appeared on the map. Cat have a that's a whole squad of cat. Was that supposed to be purring or growling? I think that's purring. Can I hunt them? Am I a bad person? I don't think that's how that works. Meow indeed. Well, I think I might just have to, like... You're tameable. You're neutrally aligned. Question is how? I might need to make an animal pen. I know I've done this before. Although if video games have taught me anything, the only thing cats are good for is soup, so. Good thing they sound delicious when they meow. Okay, how come I can't fish up there? But I can fish there. Wonder why that is. Also, Hank, what's up? It's good to see you. Hope you're doing well. I know it's Saturday. It doesn't feel like Saturday to me. It feels like Monday. You know that feeling where you're like, it doesn't feel like that day of the week to me. Call him BS on this. Due to me playing it? Have you gotten any time in it? Do you have any thoughts? That's a wood trunk? Guess it's like a sapling. It's in the queue. Gotcha. What have you been playing? How do I tame animals? Simply select a settler and right-click on the animal you'd like to tame. Some animals will not be happy about being tamed. Others may flee or attack. I'll just see if you can go do that. The other question I have. Okay, you. How do I craft a fishing rod? I'm assuming it's probably from one of these. Probably the workshop, I'm assuming? Yeah, looks like we need to get one of those built. Rooms. Workshop. You. What do you need? Wish it would just tell me before I built it, but... Right, you need a seat, a cabinet, and a carpenter's table. That checks out. So that carpenter can sit. And a cabinet. Tell us about this race. They're humans. They need food and water to survive, and they do farming. They're pretty standard when it comes to races in video games that are played. So it's a pretty standard race. They're a lot more flexible. They make more of each other the obvious way. They die of old age. They're not immortal. That's pretty much it. They're your pretty standard race. Do do do. Wow wow wow. Wow wow wow. Wow wow wow. There you go. Where did that little dude go? Where'd you run off to? I literally gave you the jobs that you can build that, but then you fucked off. Okay. What do the other races do? So the humans are kind of your standard race. And then the Void people play completely different. They're weird liches that summon demons to do their bidding. And you summon demons by mining specific shards, which is a specific material. So the other race is quite different. This is the more standard race. Different animals, different production options, different needs for their minerals. Yes, exactly. So they're kind of completely different. And there's 3 more races being worked on, which is kind of like, I would say, this game's magic update. You know, it's like, well, it's something that the developers had announced and has been working on since day 1, basically. So there's stuff that will be added eventually, but there are 3 more races in the works. Some of them actually appear in the world right now, these weird goblin dudes and other critters. But the developer is very consistent about it. Gets a devlog out on the 15th of every month. All right, so what am I going to produce? Workshop. I'm gonna make, let's make 2 fishing poles because we have the stuff for it. So we're gonna do that. Wood cudgel. Doesn't sound like a very effective weapon. Looks like we need to get some stone. This is going to become our living space, so let's get wood plank walls. So we're gonna live out on the water, and then we're gonna need to put a roof up here. So we're gonna have to go up 1 layer, and then we're gonna go, I think it's tile? No, it's shingle? Yes. When placing a roof in blueprints to designate them in mid-air. Yes, I knew that. Thanks, game. That'll be our little living space. It'll fall. it'll sink. So no, I can't detach that little piece. This game has physics. And that's where we're gonna put our bedrooms. Eventually, we'll transfer that into some sort of little tavern thing. So yeah, no, if I were to detach that little piece, we would play Drowning World, not Water World. And plank. Very worried about the lack of food, though. That's not what I wanted. That's the wrong piece. Plank. That's what I want. Just wood plank, not wood plank wall. Time to grow gills. Wrong race. Maybe one day. Perhaps one day. At least the weather cooled down a little bit. It's a nice spring day. Still haven't figured out how I get seeds back. Kind of figured cooking stuff would get me seeds back. So we are now running dangerously low on food. And you have an underwater race? I want to say that's one of the planned races, but I'd have to look. Also, it's just one dev. There's no way in heck this game could support multiple developers. It's also on sale on itch, this game is. I have a question. What's with people and wanting things that are underwater? Everybody wants to build underwater in Dwarf Fortress 2. And I'll just remind everybody that the underwater levels are the worst levels in every video game ever made. So I don't understand why people want it. It's something I don't get. It's like, why would you want that? What? Because ocean is vast and unknown? Yeah, and the night is dark and full of terrors. What of it? So go to a desert. The ocean is very knowable. Just go and just stick your head underground or underwater. And open your eyes, breathe deeply. It's hard. I mean, mountain, yes, hard. Water, not hard, because it's liquid. Liquid is opposite of hard, in fact. If you want to build underwater, play Subnautica. True, actually, yeah, I guess people have made good underwater levels because Subnautica. And games feel our need to explore the world. I can relate to that. Yeah, that's a good explanation. I don't know. I'm mostly just joking around because I think it's funny. Just because it is genuinely one of the most requested things that I see. Like, just ever. Period. Which also, like, you know. I mean, there was a mod. I don't think it still works in the current versions for DF that lets you just straight up settle underwater. It has, like, corals and shit. It's just Dwarf Fortress, but air quotes underwater. Building a base underwater in Minecraft is easy going. You don't need to scaffold to get up. Oh, yeah, true. Yeah, but see, Minecraft also defies all physics when it comes to water. You know, like using waterfalls as an elevator doesn't work so well in real life, last time I checked. Usually has the opposite effect, in fact. How you doing, Animal? I hope you've been well. How's work? Find anything fun? Forgotten Java game for pre-smartphones. Not familiar. I think my favorite underwater game, if I had to pick one, and I don't really like underwater games. We're gonna change your profession to fisherman. I'm gonna keep you on mining, keep you on logging, keep you on harvesting. So that you're still useful. You're building a wood bed, you're doing that, you're doing that. Sleeping. BioShock, yeah, is BioShock really underwater? But yeah, anyway, Terror from the Deep, probably my favorite underwater game. Like Hank mentioned, XCOM underwater game. Yeah, Terror from the Deep was probably my favorite underwater game. Underwater stuff is just so hard to get right, you know? And so many games just completely fuck it up. I'm looking at you, Mario! Yeah, also Subnautica. I think Subnautica is like maybe the best example of an underwater game. There was also that other game that I can never remember the name of that one of the co-developers who worked on it took his own life. It was Derek Yu and what's his name made it. It was like a 2D Metroidvania-y, but you're in a scuba suit. Can't remember the name of it. But that game got made. Won a bunch of awards in like 2007. Yeah, I don't know. Underwater levels are always the worst levels. And I'm going to just kind of stand by that statement. Because doing physics underwater is hard. Although I would argue against Subnautica being good just because it made me exceptionally motion sick. And I tried again recently, even with turning the helmet off, I'm still motion sick from that shit. I refuse to agree with that. Mostly because I don't like playing 3D Mario games. You can have that opinion. So, how do I get more food? I'm a little worried now, because, like, I seem to recall just, like, cooking stuff got me seeds, and then I could just plant stuff, but clearly it's not the case. And I'm slowly running out of food, so I am very worried. What am I missing here, Zapdos? I know you've played a lot of this. So you took a pick instead? Oh, 3 little arts. Your walls must be pretty full if you didn't have space for those. Speaking of thrift stores, I figured out what day my local thrift shops takes donations, and I'm going to offload a bunch of old clothing, which is nice that we actually have a thrift store that opened. Gonna have to give them a little ladder up, I think. Yeah, food. I need. I kind of figured that cooking vegetables would get me seeds for them because I already had vegetables. And I seem to remember that not being an issue unless things have changed. But it didn't seem to do that. So I'm not certain what I'm missing here. And I feel like I'm missing something. I like how you take snowballs to make ice. It's kind of funny. Have I heard of the site Displate? Yeah, I'm kind of planning on getting some stuff from Displate. I really wish Displate would just give me money because they sponsor YouTubers from time to time. I'd be super down to just like have my logo work on a Displate. Plant fodder is like emergency food that you use at the start. Lovely. Okay. Good to know. Plant fiber. I didn't even realize that was edible. Well, I got lots of plant fibers. So you know what? Let's just set an auto job and just always have 5 plant fiber. Sounds tasty. Not at all. Also, did I assign any of these? Where's the button to assign more people? There we go. Auto join room. Entities will automatically join that room because it's kind of just a bunkhouse. Yeah, but I'm not big and famous animal, so they wouldn't care. That's one of those, like, you need to have, like, a YouTube channel with 100,000 subscribers type deal. Or thousands of Twitch concurrents. This one. Hank. The humans. I'm famous to you. I thought you were going to say I'm famous in the US. I was like, I'm not sure what you mean by that, but technically not wrong. Well, here's the thing, right? I'm famous enough. But I also know that if I were to partner with a big merch company, they would just lose money, which is why they wouldn't partner with me. No, I know what you mean, Hank. I know what you mean. Which is why I describe myself as micro-famous in very specific communities. Like, I'm pretty well known in the Dwarf Fortress community at this point. Pretty well known in the roguelikes community at this point. For the interviews I do. But I'm certainly not famous. And saying I'm famous is wrong. Because I am absolutely not famous. So, saying I'm famous is kind of inaccurate. It's more like bragging. But I am certainly micro-famous in specific areas of the internet. Not exactly a great pitch when, you know, making an online dating profile. Micro-famous! Is that like a micro-penis? I try not to be extra about it. I mean, I'm like a F- tier internet celebrity. So, I don't know. Actually, hold on. What does Social Blade put me at? That's the real statistic that actually matters, not really. Social Blade puts me at a B- score on Twitch. A B-. Cool. I can live with that. What do they put me at on YouTube? Let's find out. Also a B-. So I'm a B- internet celebrity. I'm a B- tier internet celebrity. How's that? Does that work? Power Made Flash? Can we go with that? Because that's silly enough sounding that I can deal with that. It's very warm. Can confirm. It's not size that matters. It's what you do with it, right, Haz? Which is why on the 15th of this month at 3 p.m. Pacific, Tarn Adams will be joining me on stream again, which is perfect timing because it's like B- internet celebrity famous. B-. I mean, I don't actually have an up-to-date resume. Owl have appeared on the map. Owl, do you look at that? There we go. We have some cooked food now. So I've got them making plant fiber. Sure, that's delicious. Scrumdiddlyumptious. Tarn Adams, Dwarf Fortress creator and programmer, will be joining me on stream. A-list is too mainstream. Yeah, and I never put enough effort into anything to get a B+, so, you know, B- is... it's like B- for lack of effort, I guess. I mean, have you looked at my thumbnails on YouTube? I mean, I'll say this, Hank. It never would have happened if I hadn't met him at Twitch, or not at TwitchCon, at PAX. Never would have happened if I hadn't met him at PAX. Little shadows coming in. Which was the last convention I went to, oddly enough. Let's see. Can I make like a little living space? There's like foundry, kitchen, smithy, farm plus. Kind of forgetting where I'm storing stuff now, which is a bit of a problem. You find that in your career? My problem is caring about maintaining relationships because often what ends up happening, at least from the streamer's point of view, is at least when it comes to streamers, a lot of people try and build relationships to get something out of you, and once they have that thing out of you, they don't care about having that relationship anymore, which is part of the reason why I am very distant from the rest of the Twitch community these days, because I'm so fucking tired of that. I'm so fucking tired of that. Ran into that so many times. It's a fence. I need a ladder. Lad! But, you know, every industry that's based on any kind of popularity has a degree of that. You wish you had something worth being exploited over? You know, you say that, and then it happens once or twice, and you're like, yeah, fuck it. I don't want to deal with this anymore, and that's where I'm at now. Actually, usually what it is with me is they'll meet me at an event or at a convention. They'll think I'm way more famous than I am because I've done this for a while, and so I'm pretty good at, you know, talking the talk and being in this industry. Um, and then they find out that I'm actually just like this kind of tiny niche guy, and then they immediately stop caring. That's usually how it plays out, at least for me. That's usually how it plays out. Get a job at any major corporation if you want to be exploited. But that's not you having something worth being exploited. That's just them overworking you. That's kind of a different thing, in my opinion. But so we're eating crappy food. I have an idle settler, which is you, because I made you into a fisherman. You don't quite have enough jobs to do. Let's give you stonework and woodwork, survival, forestry. Obviously give you clear and remove. You don't need cooking. You can take planting though, just so that you're not idle. You have a job at a major corporation, Amazon. You are incorrect. I do not have a job with a major corporation called Amazon. I am a private contractor that has a contract with Amazon to use their services to make income. That is not being employed by Amazon. There's a difference. Considering I'm also a private contractor with several other corporations, I'm simply a worthless gig economy worker. Nope. I am a private entity because I operate in Canada. I'm a private business operating through multiple forms of revenue. One of the forms of revenue happens to be contract employment, which is not having a job. I am technically unemployed according to Canadian law. Technically unemployed, but I own my own business. If there was required labor on the contract, then it would be considered employment. But because there isn't required labor, I am technically unemployed. Technically. So I could do nothing. I could not stream for a month, and I wouldn't be penalized by Twitch for it. In theory, I mean I would be, but not by Twitch itself. The heck is that? Stuck on the wrong side of this? What is going on there? What is that animation? Oh, it's you like thinking or something weird. Gross. Settlers. We'll be back with some cleanup crews. Giggles. K-Bandit Scout. Scout away. So say I worked a 6-month contract with Amazon that states that I need to complete X job, then I'd be an employee. So there is a distinction made there in the paperwork. As somebody who's read it. You're making fodder. I like how they have a will stat. kind of funny to me. Hey, Nibbleroy. Oddrealm is rather charming. It's cheap, it's charming, it's cute. And mechanically dense enough that it interests me. That's not true. I could never stream again in Twitch when unpartner me. I know someone who hasn't streamed since 2014 and he still has active paying subscribers. So, no, Twitch doesn't remove that. Affiliate, yes. Affiliate will supposedly get removed after a year. I think like they reserve the right to remove it after a year, but I think that's more if like someone wants your username, they can take it after a year. I don't know how final that shit is because I'm not an affiliate. Frankly, I don't pay much attention to that. You're having a snooze? I'm just going to grab all three and make a quick group. You can make control groups in this game. Where is your specific page? That's what I wanted. Car reading 100F. So what you're saying is you have the proper temperatures now that we've gone back to normal. That sucks though. That's way too hot, man. Trying to remember where the actual, because I know there's a button within here or something. So I want to see the details of what they have equipped. Skill permissions, skill priorities. Inventory? Nope. I want to see people inventory. Utilities, rooms, zones, plant. Question mark. From the entity overlay, you can do this by double-clicking the entity or by pressing the view hotkey. Okay, so... Ah, there we go. Because Helix is my fisherman. Now you have a fishing rod equipped. For those of you who speak in Fahrenheit, we hit 107.5 where I live a couple of days ago, and that is the hottest it has been ever. Like, there's no dancing around it. That's the hottest it has literally ever been. Over like 85F is that emote. Animal. Not a fan. Not a fan, shall we say. My fan is a fan. And it's blowing air on me, and it's lovely. I am not one. We don't have any central air in any buildings, even brand new ones. Someone I know recently moved into a building that was built just a few years ago, like 2 years ago, and it has no central AC. Mine was built, the building I live in was built in 2012, and we have no central AC. It was 43 degrees Celsius in the hallway in my building. So, I mean, I have air conditioning in my apartment because I own a disconnected AC unit, but outside of that, I have no air conditioning. Is around body temperature? Yes, but body temperature versus outside temperature, very different things. Body wants to cool down a little bit and battle against the very warm heat. Let's just make. Let's give you that sword. Alice can have the sword because those bandits are going to come back at some point. I need those traders to show up so I can buy some seeds. Also keep an eye out for mushrooms. And other things that I can grow. There's tin over there. Ooh, what's this? Beetroot! And mushroom! Go get those. Gotta keep an eye. Ooh, there's also this. Blackberry. These'll give me gardens. That's what I need. What's up, Salvatron? You get inefficient. I stop being efficient and start complaining at about, and Americans and Australians are going to laugh at me, but trust me, temperature is based on what you're acclimated to, not the average temperature of the region. Anything above about 24 degrees Celsius, I start bitching. You are the third person to ask me that today, and yes, I have. Salvatron. Yes, I have. Yes, really. Did you also come in from Evil Trick, or because if you came in from Evil Trick, I gave him key for that game. Yes, well, I'm part of the same stream team as him, and I gave him key for it. I streamed it 4 times in 3 days. Because my stream crashed a shit ton. So for me, I don't know what it is, and I tested it again recently after the last patch. Not after the one that literally just dropped, but the one that on the last patch. And it makes my OBS crash. I'm convinced it's doing that to Evil Trick too, because he's been having like technical difficulties while streaming it. But there's something about that game running in Java that it crashes my OBS. So it's unstreamable for me, unfortunately. I'm not willing to deal with those kinds of technical difficulties. I don't think it's worth it personally. Looks like we are... Well, we should purify some water. Java's wonderful like that? Yeah, that'd be. It do be wonderful like that. It's actually really funny, though. I mean, people ask streamers all the times if they've played games that they've played before, because, like, I was literally asked on, like, my YouTube channel if I'd ever played Wildermyth the day after I uploaded a Wildermyth video. So I upload a Wildermyth video. The next day, somebody comments on my next video and asked if I'd ever played Wildermyth. And, you know, I don't want to call people out, but come on. Just come on. Like, look, read the room for a sec. Like, just look at what I've done in the past week before you ask. What's up, Sharkers? How you been? I found that very funny. I got a good chuckle out of it. That's actually exactly how I felt. Thank you, Audio. How are you doing? It's good to see you. People are very good at paying attention. That's me in SimCity 3000 every time I launch SimCity 3000, Avalroy. Good to hear, Audio. Good to hear. Happy weekend. I don't know if you're working weekends right now, but happy weekend regardless. Started an hour late today because I decided to sleep in. I was just like, you know what? I don't feel like getting out of bed right now, so I just went back to bed. So I'm an hour late. Well, 1st of July is Canada Day, and my country didn't, or at least my province, didn't officially celebrate it. Didn't stop people from setting off fireworks, though. Dwarf Fortress? Really? I'll have to look into it. Haas. I'll have to look into it. Never heard of it. Strange. Is it anything like Minecraft? Also, it better have multiplayer and a Battle Royale mode, otherwise I'm out. I'm out. And then audio's like, who are you and what have you done with Blind? We're going to make a food cellar. Yeah, Kappa. It's something like that. I like how audio started off with the lull and then I kept talking and then it turned into blanks. It's kind of like Valheim? Valheim? Oh, really now? Well, we all know that I'm a big fan of Veldheim. I play that game all day, every day. I've actually never played Valheim. True story. Some reason, just a hunch, I don't think I would like it. I might be wrong, but I probably wouldn't like it. I've heard that, yeah, Lobo. I've heard that. Odd Fortress? What even is Odd Fortress now? Are you talking about Odd Realm or... Like, I can't tell if we're still in joking mode, Freskins, or if we've moved back to actually talking about video games. I can't tell. This game has usable UI for the combat? I think I still like the combat in Dwarf Fort more, though. But I'm not playing this game for the combat. Just making sure that you do have cooking. Yes. You do. Happiness is kind of low. Wants bed for room. Tired. You do have a bed. It's right there. You mean Odd Rim Fortress Craft, obviously. Odd Rim, the Fortress Craft. A colony survival game. Every fortress is an odd fortress. You're not wrong with that. I'm pretty sure there could be an odd fortress in DF. I don't know. I kind of... I just hope that Dwarf Fortress's release on Steam helps this game instead of hurts this game. So that's actually kind of a genuine worry I have. Is that Dwarf Fortress is going to come out and then this game's going to like have no future instead of just having like small future, you know what I mean? Also, another thing I should probably do is jump back over here, skill priorities. Basically just going to make, where's that job? I do actually find this style of UI harder to use than the current DF UI, which makes people think I'm a crazy person, but you know what? I don't care. Harvest. Now, is lower number more priority? Or is higher number more priority? I think lower number is. It seems like. Meaning, in theory, the Desolation of Clowns. Odd Rim Fortress Craft. Odd Area Fortress Rim Craft? I mean, Odd Realm is, like, supposedly trying to have more in common with Terraria than Dwarf Fortress when it's done, but... I need to take a real quick bio break. If anything bad happens, the game will pause. I will be back in a moment. You know, if somebody made a game called Breath of the Fortress, I would be disturbed. Also, Super Mario and DF already exists. It's called Rise of the Mushroom Kingdom. How high can a dwarf jump? High enough to jump into a tree. I actually don't know the answer to that question. Otherwise, I'd give you one. Also, good win there, Animal. Good job, man. It depends on how determined they are. I'm sure there's some sort of you know, maybe that's a question for Tarn when we have him on next. How high can a dwarf jump? Because I'm sure that's a question that'll get him rambling for a bit. I'm sure that's a question that will get him rambling for a bit. Also, if anybody has any specific questions for the developer of this game, let me know, because I will be chatting with him off stream on Monday and recording it for the YouTube channel. I already have a bunch of questions in mind that I need to ask anyway, but... Please ask Tarno, you'll watch on the 15th? Right-ho. Right-ho. It should be a fun time. It's usually a fun time. Get to talk with him once and then have him on a second time to... Or rather, not a second time, but then get to watch it again on the YouTube channel. Because I'll be honest, whenever I interview people, I don't actually pay that much attention to what they're saying. Like, yeah, I do, but like not the same amount that I would if I was just watching. Like whenever I interview somebody, especially if it's live, it's like I'm paying like 70% attention to what they're saying during the actual live stream. And then when I go back and edit it or then upload it to YouTube, that's when I actually listen to it, is when I'm editing it. So like there's like usually the YouTube, the main reason I do the premiere on YouTube is because I'm going to watch it all anyway. So it's like, well, might as well have a chat here. And they're pretty popular usually, so. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum, bum. I just wish that there was more than like 3 tracks in this game. I think if there was like 8 tracks of music, or 12, the amount of music I would be able to listen to would last a lot longer. Instead of like almost immediately having the desire to just mute it and put on something else. It's like I should just put in Minecraft music or something. Maybe I should give them separate rooms and separate corners of this. I think building was probably the wrong way to go with this. I think we should have started with digging an underground, because they can dig way faster. Dude, Minecraft music is a fucking bop these days. Especially the new Nether stuff, which is the composer who did the Celeste soundtrack. I've actually just been listening to that unironically off stream on my own time. Imagine how good a soundtrack for this game would be if they got that composer to do it. I don't know what this free game is on Epic right now, but it's called The Spectrum Retreat. So I'm intrigued. Looks pretty and strange. But I will grab it because it's free. Can't argue with free. Almost done with this. Yeah, at some point I need to go and buy the whole Celeste soundtrack on vinyl. There we go. Gonna hammer out some more of the ledges up here once they're done with that. Actually having this little room done will be very helpful. Is there a way to just... Oh, I see. I actually screwed that up. I want them to just automatically join the room. Just go sleep in the bed. You're sleeping, and I guess that's them dreaming. Does anybody here have a favorite game soundtrack right now? Ironically, I think if I were to just say like my favorite video game soundtrack to just sit down and listen to is a game I actually haven't played, which is Deadbolt. Ooh, sheep have appeared on the map. Am I clicking the wrong button? I might be. There we go. I was clicking the wrong button. We're gonna tame those two sheep. DDLC Plus. Is that worth playing? I played the original DDLC, but I haven't touched DDLC Plus. Oh, hello there. I travel far and wide looking for the best goods. Do you want to see my wares? Yes, let's see what you've got. Of course, cast your face orbs on my wares and tell me they aren't the finest in the land. All right. What do I has to sell? What do I has to buy? Cow remains. Who doesn't want to buy cow remains? Would like seed. Seed. They don't really have much seed. They do have cherry corn seed, though. And I can sell you rotten food. I mean, it sells for a bit. All right, well, let's sell you rotten food. Let's let's sell you, I mean, I got a bajillion apple tree seeds, so and oak tree seeds, so let's get rid of a bunch of these. Just get a bunch of money. Thank you. I mean, I'm not gonna do anything with those, so let's do that too. Hero tree seeds. Apple tree seeds. Could also just sell them all of the dirt. Maybe not all of it. Probably not a good idea, but I'm kind of tempted to do that. Man, seeds sell for more than water? The hell? All right, let's buy some stuff. I'm not even looking at what the trader is saying. Okay, I'm gonna sell you a piece of dirt. I guess I could take this off your hands. What am I looking for? I am looking for, the corn seeds, please. Sad to part with it. It was my mother's. Tough times. Tough times indeed. The seeds? Were your mother's? Let's also buy some celery. It's been a remaster recently. Legend of Mana? Yeah, it's a classic for sure. Just like Zapdos just said. I've seen it's in the trash, but okay. All right, well, I think is there anything else I need to buy? I do have another 600 bucks lying around. I could buy some bronze nuggets. Or ingots. Tomek fries. Chaga fruit. Could also buy some wheat bread, but just trying to think I mean, how about I just sell off some of this plant fiber? I don't want to do all of it. I'm thinking like maybe 100 of it. You know, just so I can get some bread. As well as the bronze. Oh, you don't want that? No, I don't. Okay, well, bronze ingots. And let's buy some wheat bread. I must be mad to provide such deals. You must be, yes. Have a good lurks and have a good beds. Now we have to carry it? Fuck. Farewell, friend. I shall return to grace your life with my wonderful wares and bring you joy to this land once again. Ta. I like the way they talk in this game. 7 new blueprints? Oh my god. I can grow cherry corn. We shall grow cherry corn. Ta. Clearly. You have a good animal. Thanks for hanging out. Excuse me. At least the roof is almost done. Fucking finally. Jesus. Another soundtrack that has been vying for my attention as of late is probably the Battletech soundtrack. It's probably the vinyl soundtrack that I own that I listen to the most. All right. Finally got the roof done on the damn thing. Let's actually just cancel all this, because I just kind of want to get that side done. Getting those wood planks done. I think that this game is just Dwarf Fortress, except everybody is a legendary climber, not just cats. Because, like, look at how they scale the sides of these buildings. Like, it's genuinely kind of bonkers how effectively and efficiently they scale all of the sides of all of these buildings. And there we go. We're getting more little bloatius mushroomuses planted. 2 new blueprints have been discovered. Blackberry can now be made, and blackberry wine can now be made. Is there a way to fill in the earth? Because I'd like to fill in this little pond here. I don't want that. Oh, now we're starting to dig. Good, good, good. So I can move all my seed and food stockpiles underground. Does anybody have any building habits that they tend to do in games like this? I feel like I don't like doing, like, right angle corners. I always have to do, like, not circular, but, like, I need to cut the corners off of things for some reason. Instead of using the door, did they do that? If they did that, I super didn't see that. That's kind of funny. Yeah, literally, I cut corners when I build stuff. I absolutely cut corners. How you doing, Diamond? Hope you chilling. Having a good Saturday. Anybody trying to do anything this Saturday or just hanging out? I decided to treat it like an actual Saturday and slept in, so I started an hour late. Sorry if that caught anybody off guard. Doing fine today? It could be a little bit cooler outside. Still rewatching Breaking Bad, which has been entertaining. That show's good. I'm gonna watch Better Call Saul once I finish rewatching Breaking Bad. I forgot that Breaking Bad is like from OG television days because like there's 13 episodes in some seasons, which is just weird. I'm so used to like the Netflix 10 episodes a season thing. I've heard good things about Better Call Saul, yeah. I know some people who say it's better. I really like the reason I enjoy Breaking Bad is because of the anxiety that show brings. Like it's a drama in the purest sense of the fucking word. Like all the characters hate each other. Everything is really slow. Like it's not a quick pace. It's not a very fast-paced show. Like things are very methodical, and I really really enjoy that part of it. I enjoy the slow pacing of it. But I know some people didn't like the slow pacing of it. So but me liking slow paced things, weird. And having seen the show before makes some bits of it difficult. Like, I know a character's gonna die, and it's like, oh, man. I respect that you're adding me to your friends list on Steam, but I'm just gonna say right now, I'm not gonna add you. No offense. I'm also not gonna out who did that if you want to stay anonymous, but please don't do that, because I will not add you. My Steam friends list is restricted to people I know in real life. Or have hung out with. Or I'm planning to play games with. Cherry corn seed cannot be reached. Why is that? Oh, there's water in the way. We need to build a bridge! There's a bunch of food and stuff. Doubtful, insane kittens. Because if you hunt me down in real life, I'll have to call the police. Definitely have to call the police. Also, good luck, because I never go outside, so. Well, too bad. That's all I have to say to that. Too bad. Now they can reach the stuff. So those seeds should actually be reachable now. How is Ad Realm going? Well, I'm no idea what Ad Realm is, but Odd Realm is pretty good. I have a interview with the developer on Monday, so I need more footage, which I'm recording off stream and will be edited for the YouTube channel, which is part of why I'm streaming. What are the major things that differ from DF? It has graphics and mouse support and multiple playable races. It's much more focused on town building. You can also pack up and move elsewhere. In many ways, it is just a more accessible DF. It's a much chiller game. Although the main differences are what you find when you dig underground. It's more akin to Terraria, where you dig down and you find weird characters, and less like Dwarf Fortress, where you dig down and you find randomly generated nightmare monsters that want to set you on fire and eat your guts. So it really depends on what you're looking for. How much Z levels? I want to say it's like 64 total, I think. It's a lot more shallow. Yeah, it's 64 total Z levels. So it doesn't actually go that deep. But it has water physics and such. There's lava if you dig down deep enough. All that fun stuff. But like, to give you an idea, the last time I played, when I dug down, I found a strange frogman who offered me quests. So there is like weird stuff in this game. You just kind of have to go digging. Found Tarn. No, it wasn't Tarn. That would be kind of amazing, though. I'm not gonna lie. It's like, you found a toady one. Also, I said frogman, not toadman. Come on, please. Get your species straight, sir. You know, actually, if I do bedrooms like this. Donk, 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 donk. Would that be better? But yeah, no, everything that I've read about this game, the developer is kind of taking a more Terraria perspective on things, so less Minecraft, more Terraria, so you find weird characters and they give you quests to do, and then things to kill. Instead of the Dwarf Fortress, here is a giant living simulated world. But there still is going to be a little bit of that, and there still is a little bit of that. But the world generation is way simpler. But currently, from everything that I've played, from every version I've played of this game over the years, it's always been a... Yeah, let's... Whenever I play it, I sit down and I get like 20-ish hours in it, and then I'm like, yeah, okay, we'll play this again when they add more. And that's probably how it's going to continue to be for a while, I would assume. But also, it's cheap, so... I mean, the game is, you know, less than $10. It's one of those, this is so cheap, I don't know how the developer is affording to live with it. But there is 2 playable races in the game currently, and they're working on 3 more. What are you doing? They're planting cherry corn. Neat. We have a little mushroom farm down here. Also, did they ever tame those sheep? I don't actually know. Probably not, because they were on the wrong side of the map. Question is... Where is that menu? Ah. Yeah, no, they didn't. Okay, so they were on the wrong side of the map. There's a bunch of owls on the map right now. I've never found this game to be particularly difficult, but I've never gone out of my way to find difficulty in it. I've never felt the need to find difficulty to make the game interesting. I've always just kind of had fun building cute little towns and digging, so I'm not sure, to be completely honest. The baddies that attack you are also not super duper duper threatening. It's more about, like, not starving to death from what I can tell. Is this from previous injury or from Vax, Bastet? Have you gone to a doctor? Because that sounds rough. I hope it gets better soon. Also, I don't want to leak anything that I'm not supposed to, but I think I'm allowed to play this. For anybody who watched the Jupiter Hell run the other day, Epion recorded a new intro quip specifically for a map that frustrated me, and you'll find out why in a second.
I fucking hate puzzles. I fucking hate puzzles.
Literally, it's just because I was complaining about the puzzle room. So yeah, he got Mark Meir to record a voice line, which is literally just, I fucking hate puzzles. Which I think is very funny. Where the heck are my settlers? Where the heck did you guys go? There's one of them. It's dark at night. I can't see them. They're planting these seeds, and they're running all the way across the map to get the seeds. You need to play more Jupiter Hell. That game's good. I honestly, I want them to release the chill soundtrack because they, as much as I like the heavy metal soundtrack, it makes it hard to slow down and concentrate, you know? I feel like I would, it would be a lot easier to put a lot of time into that game if the soundtrack was more laxed. Let's just go maximum speed. Maximum velocity! High speed farming. That's unfortunate, Bastet. Well, I mean, just takes time to heal, I guess. Squeakin' have appeared on the map. I don't even know what a squeakin' is. Is that supposed to be like a pig? Not gonna lie, this is just what I needed for today, because this game's so chill. Phew, says Pim Degmeyer. We finally caught up with you. We've still got lots of food to spare, too. Do you have any room for us? How many is there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We got a migrant wave, friends. This is awkward. Yes, plenty of room. So now it has 8 people. Seems like you're pretty specific on the leatherwork and harvest, which is fine. Also going to give you woodwork. And... well, also you got planting. Perfect. You kind of do everything, and you're only doing leatherwork. Also give you logging and mining. Welcome to the town, new friends. I could name them, but I don't know why. I have a hard time getting attached to these people in this game for whatever reason. Maybe it's because they're so small. They feel a little bit more like lemmings than characters in DF, for example. Ooh, I have potatoes. That's not what I wanted to hit. That's what I wanted to hit. Screwed up my priorities there. It's okay, though. This stuff. We got plenty of food, so we're okay right now. No, it's all about what they're actually capable of doing. It's got nothing to do with the game not being ASCII. I mean, I would have an easier time seeing them, which might help, but I don't think so. Do they have a bio? Yeah, they have a bio, but it's like if I select this person, it's more stats based. And this is why it's the reason I prefer the Dwarf Fortress way of doing character descriptions versus like the RimWorld or this way, because this is just stats. I just see numbers, right? And all I see is numbers. I don't see the name. I don't see personality. I don't see relationships. I just see numbers. And when all I see is numbers, that's all I really care about. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We'll just make some more bedrooms. Keep this little bunkhouse going for right now. It's not ideal, but it seems to be working. Can I do this? Yes, I can do alternating. Okay, we'll do alternating then. There we go. That'll do. Yeah, absolutely. So I don't really care too much about the individuals in this game because they just, like I kind of said, they don't really feel real. Seeds. Seeds are going to go here. Then the psyche of a lemming. Well, I mean, lemmings are designed to go die. Like, I wouldn't think twice about just throwing these guys into a meat grinder, whereas my dwarves, I would think twice about it. Or specifically, I would think who I'm throwing into the meat grinder, instead of just throwing them into the meat grinder. I'm gonna collect some water. And go fishing. Also, I can make a cauldron, which I haven't done yet. Could put a kitchen in here. Should I make an underground kitchen, chat? Or should I make an above ground kitchen? I'm thinking above ground kitchen and put it over here. Bronze cauldron. What else was it that I needed for the kitchen? Table, cauldron, cabinet. Table. Cab. I guess cook don't need to sit. What if I gave you place to sit? There you go. Now you have place to sit. And we will remove this. Don't need that little stairway anymore. They'll probably still climb up and down it, but that's fine. But yeah, no, when games reduce characters down to just statistics, I inherently will always care about them less. Raw and cooked. And let's go up here and get rid of those stockpiles. So this whole area is going to be for farming now, while they move stuff in here. So am I just spewing nonsense, chat? Or is there any, like, logic to me saying that characters that are just numbers stop mattering? You hate it when your dwarves die in inglorious death in this game. You probably wouldn't care either. Yeah. I mean, it's really difficult to explain why that is, but I don't know. It's something that I want to talk to the developer about, actually, as well. Like, if that's like a goal he's going for or not. You have your first campfire. Yay! What do you think so far, Hank? Since you're trying the game out. Might help bonding is help the job name. Bob, he is a farmer. I mean, they do have a job name, but like this person's an archer. You can change them to whatever. Or you can assign them to a primary job. Neil, thanks for the host. Yeah, I mean, this game is an example why I argue that Dwarf Fortress has actually a really usable UI currently. I know that they're getting rid of it, but it's because, like, I do enjoy playing this game, trust me, but the UI in Dwarf Fortress is so simplistic, it actually makes itself easier to play, in my opinion. But I always find the UI in games like this where it requires clicking, it's like, yeah, everything also has hotkeys, but because I am inherently used to using clicks for things, makes things kind of weird. I don't even know who that person is. Probably building? I don't know which person you are referring to. If they're doing that little animation, they're building, probably. Although that's their only working animation, so they do it everywhere. They do it, like, on the campfire, on the workshop. They do it everywhere. Also, the tutorial is pretty good for this game overall, I would say. The tutorial is pretty good. You know, they just smash things. Yep, rooms don't need to be indoors. You can also build constructions, although they take a while, as you may have noticed. The auto labor is also pretty smart. They do a decent job of just like assigning themselves to rooms. I'm going to put a well out here. So we're just going to have a well there. Deer have appeared on the map. Oh, dear. Oh, dearie me. Question is, what can I do with you, deer? I don't want to tame you. I want to hunt you. Issue attack order? Let's see how this goes. I'm gonna go punch a deer to death. Seems easy enough. Oops, no, X. Let's try and get some deer meat. All right. Rooms. Where's the butchery? Tannery. Farm, smithy, kitchen, foundry, workshop, animal pen, bedroom. Is it under kitchen, maybe? Well, I should probably also make a tannery. Production. Kitchen. Am I missing something? The deer looks kind of pissed. Looks kind of dead. I guess I don't have a butchery. How the heck do I butcher things then? Where do you find bronze? I mean, you don't find bronze because you have to make bronze. But they should just show up in various ore veins. I just bought bronze nuggets, so I haven't actually made bronze myself. I mean, there's a copper vein right there. Yeah, I don't know how to butcher things. Question mark. That's probably what you want, how to find and smelt ore. Chat, to anybody who's played this game, how do I butcher those? Or did I do it the wrong way and I don't get to do that? What we have here? What have we here? No one comes around without paying the iron tax. Bandits. Well, would you look at that? There be bandits in them heels. Should grab everybody. No, it's a bandit. Kick his ass, boys. Run away. Alice. Not you, Alice. There you go. I kite a little bit. He's got better armor than we do. All right, looks like we won. Didn't lose anybody. Good, good, good. Did have to, like, back her up a bit, but let's take his stuff. He's got an iron dagger, some wool pants, iron ore, and a seed. But yeah, no, the little help screen has helped for a lot of the more frequently asked, how do I do the... Should be a butchery room in jobs? Am I, like, blind? Wait, don't read my username, chat. Nope. But it's not there. Like, there's bedroom, animal pen, workshop, foundry, kitchen, smithy, farm, campfire, barracks, distillery, wellhouse, clother, tannery. I mean, I need to make a well, so I was gonna do that. I need stones to do that, so. So unless I'm missing something, which clearly I am, I have no freaking idea how to do that. It should be there in the jobs menu. I mean, there's no room for it. I mean, there's a job for it, but do I not need to make a room for it? Or is it something that they just do with the... This is another thing that I find easier about Dwarf Fortress is all the jobs are just labeled. I don't need to highlight them to know what these symbols mean. Which is something I will always complain about in games. It's like, oh, I need to hover my mouse over these to know what these mean. I see fish. Metalwork, stonework. Survival, harvest. There's no skill for it. There's a butcher job, I guess. Is that how I have to do that? I guess so. Weird. How come everything else has a separate... Okay, figured it out, I guess. I don't know. Maybe my brain's just too DF programmed. Yeah, no, they don't like the double stairs. I built them for aesthetics, though. How you doing there, Alice? You're healing. Good. I thought it would be bundled with cooking. But I don't know. That's just perplexing, but 'tis fine. It's just not the way I'm used to doing it, is all. DF programmed? Dwarf programmed. Maybe Cyberpunk Dwarf Fortress. Dwarf would have that name. I want a Dwarf Fortress. I want a dwarf's last name to just be Palm Pilot. Also, investments are open, chat. If you wish to invest your tickets. I know Freskins was attempting to do that earlier. Ooh, what's this? A Blotius mushroomus. Ah, I was about to say that I hope there's a priority option there. There is. There is. There is. Nope, that's not what I wanted. That's what I wanted. Go get her done, please. Because I need those corpses hacked up into itty-bitty little tiny pieces so that we can eat them. Speaking of cutting things up into little tiny pieces, how you doing, Suey? What's up? Hope you're well. How was your trip? Because I don't think I've actually spoken with you since you got back. Well. Well. There we go. I need to actually dig some stone, though. Which I haven't done yet. Roasted deer meat can now be made. There we go. I guess we did the butchering. Really? Not made at the kitchen? Sure, I guess. Roasted deer meat. I don't know how much I have. So just do it until we run out. How much deer meat do I have? Raw food. Raw deer meat, 7. Well, I mean, that'll be plenty. Just woke up, gonna work on some video editing. Yeah, I slept in today too. I definitely had a moment today where I was like, you know what? How about I just like don't get out of bed? Blueprints, there we go. Stone fence, stone ladder, stone stool, stone everything. Vodka can now be made. That is the most important notification I've had today. Vodka can now be made. We are now able to construct vodka. Because you could. Yeah, that's kind of was my morning too. I woke up and then was like, what if I just like went back to bed? What if I just did that? That sounds optimal. And, well, that's what what? I need 8, that's a lot of stone, jeez. You're making us roasted deer meat. Excellent. How you need to unlock blueprints? So you don't really, but you don't technically need to, like, there's no research or anything. That's kind of the weird thing about this game. The game doesn't give you the ability to build stuff until you have the materials to construct it. So, like, it will tell you that you've unlocked a blueprint when you've, like, all of the stone blueprints when you first harvest stone. Or you will you will immediately unlock the ability to make all of the, or like, if I were to go to farming, right? It's not like Dwarf Fortress where it just gives me every single possible thing I can farm. Because I have potato now, I can plant potato. It won't let me plant potato until I have access to potato, if that makes sense. It's a much more immediately user-friendly way of doing things. But I'm glad Dwarf Fortress doesn't do it. You struggle to enjoy them? I mean, I can tell you why you struggle to enjoy them, Sui. If you want to know the hard facts. And there's a very simple reason why you struggle to enjoy them, and it's every single time I've seen you stream any game like this. It's because every single time you stream any game like this, you immediately skip the tutorial and then say it's dumb. Or there's too much reading. And then you stop playing. That's why. And very few of these games are like immediately understandable with just fumble thumbsing your way through it. You usually have to like do at least a moderate amount of reading. So yeah, no, you don't technically need to unlock anything. The game will just make it available to you in your building options and tell you you've unlocked it when you find the material to make it. So I don't really consider that to be unlocking stuff. It's just hidden in the menu until you find it, basically. It would be like Dwarf Fortress not letting you make a... Well, actually, Dwarf Fortress kind of does that. You can't make magma furnaces or magma anything until you have access to magma. So if you don't have access to magma, it doesn't let you do the magma stuff. Literally just looking for the planting skill. Which is very unfortunate, Suey. You'll miss out on most of the best games ever made if you don't have the patience to do the reading, but c'est la vie. Whoopsies, that's not what I wanted. And also, I can make that well now. Now they'll just go get water when they need it. I think that's how that works. Like, this game has a pretty well-paced tutorial. And it's enough for me to, like, get refreshed with every screen every time I, like, play it after not playing it for a couple of months. No, you would hate Dwarf Fortress. Straight up. That's the reason I haven't bugged you to play it. You would hate it. And I'm not entirely certain if that's a fault of the game or a fault of you. But... Although I'll say this, I wonder if you'd be more interested in and have the patience for reading in video games after you finish school. Because I'll say this, I did not have the patience for reading in games when I was still working. I was much less keen to play a game off of a wiki when I still had a job. There's an oak tree there. Now I don't care. I'll fucking dig into a wiki for days. In fact, that's a selling point. Start mining out these little ore veins. Those ones scare me. I feel like Dwarf Fortress is somehow the exception for a lot of people just because of how legendary it is. Nope, totally. Which is why you should drop out of school and stream full time. Come on. Then you can play all the cool video games without feeling tired. I don't see any issue with this situation or this idea. I'm a bad influence. You shouldn't listen to me. I need planks. See, chat probably agrees too. We're gonna start building separate bedrooms for some people above the lake. Hey, peek. 0% risk? Ironically, probably it is more likely you'll have a job than going to school, depending on what you're studying. Peek! How you doing, man? It's good to see you. And Dr. Phineas, thank you very much for gifting a sub to Suey. Nice, by the way. Nice. I just have to say that. It's the law. Cheers, Phineas. Also, technically second sub of the day. First gifted sub of the day. Big thank you. It's been a sleepy Saturday for sure. There we go. Our well's getting constructed. Stone well has been destroyed by the water. Am I supposed to build that on, like, not water then? I guess so. Kind of figured I would build it over the hole, but I guess not. This game looks real nice. It's real cheap, too. This game's $10. I have days that aren't sleepy. I mean, chat-wise. I'm not talking about me. Saturdays are always slow starts for my channel. I think it's like actually stats-wise my slowest day of the week. Like just chat activity and all that. Yeah, I'm running off of Dwarf Fortress logic. You've had it on your wish list for ages? This game's like $8 right now, dude. Like it's ridiculous how cheap this game is. It's actually ridiculous how cheap this game is. Why are you taking the ladder up and over when you could just walk along the walkway I made? I guess it is shorter pathing, but it's time to get rid of that ladder. That's why I chucked the developer a couple dollars a month on Patreon as well, Phineas. I don't even think he gave me the copy of this. I'm pretty sure this was actually gifted to me by someone. I think I bought it on itch, and then viewer gifted me this copy during a sale a while back. But yeah, no, I very much expect a lot of people who really like Dwarf Fortress to really, who think they would really like Dwarf Fortress to not like Dwarf Fortress. Because people are spoiled and are used to modern video games. Whoops, you just bought it? Congrats! Enjoy it. People are used to games, hand-holding's the wrong word, but people are used to games feeding you fun with a spoon. Dwarf Fortress doesn't do that. You really have to go find your fun yourself. Do you have to dig down 2 levels to have a lower floor? Yeah, so this game combines digging and channeling, Hank. So if you're on this layer, right, and you, let's just pause the game and I'll show you this. If I throw out a dig there, that is the same as digging here. It's going to remove this upper layer. So if you want to go underground, you have to dig into this dark stuff. So if I dig this out, this light, it's going to cut out this top layer. But if I dig past this point, then it's underneath this layer. Yeah, there's no floor tile in between each layer. It's all channeling. So you have to be kind of careful. It takes a little bit to wrap your head around it initially. Yeah, no problem. I also just realized the Odd Realm Discord has a section to talk about Dwarf Fort. Fitting. There we go. My mushrooms are getting made. Station flow? I'm not familiar with that. What is it? While I look it up. Oh, huh. It's like a Subway game. This reminds me of, another game. Which is very, very accurate to say. Or very helpful to say, I realize. There's another game about running subway stations. Overcrowd. Yeah. Overcrowd is the game I'm thinking of. I guess, like, when it comes down to people who will like Dwarf Fortress, there's a pretty simple question you can ask yourself about whether or not you would like Dwarf Fortress. Are you entertained by fish tanks? Are you entertained by anthills? If yes, you will love Dwarf Fortress. If no, well then do you like creating big creative buildings and structures? If yes, you'll probably like Dwarf Fortress. If no, then you might not. Yeah, it does kind of look like a headache. I think I would rather play Overcrowd. But it looks interesting. It does look interesting. Speaking of games that look like a headache that I want to play, I've heard enough people talk about it. I kind of want to play this. Which is intentionally awful looking. It's intentionally awful looking. Whoopsies, that's the wrong button. That's the right button. Okay, so I got one idle person. You. What can I give you to do? Oh, you're one of those people that has no jobs, right? I think you're supposed to be, like, younger. Kind of look younger. Maybe clearing and removing? Can I not? Oh, you are actually just a child. Yeah, you're 1 year old. Okay, that's why you're doing nothing. Noted. Bam, bam, bam. Bam, bam, bam. Bam, bam, bam. Bam, bam, bam. All right, I should probably, like, empty this area out then. Maybe just start carving back this hill, top here. Yeah, no, I've actually seen people who are not used to playing Dwarf Fortress play a little bit of this and get really confused really quickly with the digging. Because it is kind of weird to wrap your head around initially. Like, I would say it's almost weirder than Dwarf Fortress is initially, but it starts to make sense pretty quick. Just because DF separates the two out. Serenading? I don't believe I've sang at all. What do you mean by serenading? But welcome back, LaFonda. I mean, that's not an uncommon thing for me to do ever, but I wouldn't really describe that as serenading. This game, as Mohammed just said, this game is just very cat jam. This searching system's kind of funky. I think we're gonna do kind of like an open, like, kitchen tannery area. Am I out of wood? Nope, not even close. But it is getting kind of far away. So I think put a big wood stockpile over here. I mean, I'm not like singing love songs to chat, which would be serenading. So that would be a little strange if I was doing that. And then it's the weekend. What you doing on the weekend? I'm still trying to decide and figure out whether or not I want to start going back to normal. Or if I should wait another couple of months. Might wait a couple more months. But I bought tickets to a concert in November, so I will be going to a concert in November. It's only a 200-person venue. It's pretty small. But I will be going to a concert in November, which is Glitterer, Drug Church, and Citizen. I can't remember the name of the other group. I don't know the other one. Those are just the ones I know. Mostly going for Drug Church, I'll be honest. Yeah, now we're out of wood. Well, not really. They're just hauling it. So this was me starting work on a tannery. That's not what I wanted. I wanted to select the tannery. I need a tanning rack and a table. Okay. Okay, why can't you build that? I do have the stuff for it. I might need to just chop down some more trees. There's plenty of trees to hack down, though, so it shouldn't be an issue. Looks like they're starting to work on this upper area, too, which is good. Cleaning your apartment? Cleaning your apartment is extremely exciting. I do not know what you're talking about. I got nuzzled by disabled kitty last night. I finally found a cat that lives in my apartment building that I like. It's a cat with no functioning back legs. He's just got front legs. Well, I mean, he does have back legs, but he was paralyzed as a kitten because his previous owner was a psychopath. Although, unfortunately, the owner doesn't want people to film it. Which I think is fair, but just doesn't want that cat going viral. Which, like I said, is totally fair. But I still just want to film that fucking cat. my neighbor takes it out for walks by wrapping a towel around his ass and lifting him off the ground. Nope. No elves to give me shit here. Although I can run out of trees if I don't plant more. So there is that. What do I need? Although the bandits will come and raid me just for living here, so I think that might actually be worse than the elves giving me shit for hacking down their trees. Alright. Although, actually, let's set that to, like, highest possible priority. That's confusing. There we go. No, it's really high priority. Do. I'm actually really curious to know what those of you who just picked the game up think of it once you have been messing around with it for like an hour. Although you're probably playing on higher speeds than me. I should probably speed it up a bit. I have this problem where I enjoy playing games like this way too slowly. So I always just like, whenever, like, I watch Evil Trick playing these like maximum speed all of the time, and I'm just like, but like, I like it on slow speeds though. All right, rooms. I should be able to just make a well room now. Okay, hold on. I gotta... Well house. And I need 2 barrels. I don't know why wood is showing up as something that I can't actually use right now, but... Not as macro? No, it's much more micro. It's much more Dwarf Fortress-like in the way the game is played. But it's kind of cute. As I said, the tunneling and the changing levels, you get used to it real fast. At least I did. I don't know. I have, like, no issue with the controlling of this game anymore. I did initially when I first started playing it, but I got used to it real quick. It'll probably be the same. One of the changes the developer made to this game since the original version that I'm so happy for is originally when this game released, it had this single pixel font, which was awful. It was horrible. And the developer got rid of it. I'm so happy. You know what, let's go all the way up to there, why not? Make that a little permanent little walkway. Trying to see what spot they're using the most to get up and down. To decide where to put ladders or stairs. When you say that Rimmy one, are you referring to Rim World or are you referring to a different game? Not sure if it was not to be mentioned. No, the only thing about RimWorld that is not to be mentioned is comparing Dwarf Fortress and RimWorld because I think it's silly. Or rather, asking me to compare the two because I'm so fucking tired of doing that. It's like I can't compare a banana with an orange. They're very different. Or rather, I can't compare a banana with an onion. It's like trying to compare a banana with an ogre. It just doesn't work. You don't do that. Don't be silly. All right, I should just have a functioning well now, which means I should be able to go into production, and I should be able to go to the well house, and I should be able to always have 10 water. That's for me to know and you not to find out. Or you to decide, Dinson. Which one do you think is which? Are you fishing? Oh, no, you're getting well water. You're also getting well water. Good stuff. Because RimWorld is obviously a carrot. Onions have layers and are ogres, and Dwarf Fortress also has ogres. So. Then would that make No Moria garlic? Wandering player, what's up? It's good to see you. It makes you cry. You know, honestly, I've cut a lot of onions and some really fucking fresh onions over the last few years, and I haven't cried cutting an onion in I don't know how long. It's been a very long time since I've cried cutting an onion. So either I have like either I'm a hardened soul, or onions don't make me cry anymore. I mean, there's weirder things we could be talking about. I will say building is extremely smooth. Also in this game, if you're underground and you want to just replace a wall with wood, you can just do that, which is lovely, by the way. And they can build diagonally and don't care about building multiple layers at once. It's kind of nice. I'm not gonna lie. I have a sharp knife. Does that actually... I mean, I sharpen my knives before I use them every day. Is that actually a thing? Like if it's a clean cut, then less... Because it's like the juice of the actual thing that makes you cry. So if it's a clean cut, it... Really? Huh. All right. Interesting. The more you know. But yeah, I'm kind of nuts about keeping my knives clean. You know, it's really weird, Murphist, because like dwarves in DF like 99.9% of the time can't build diagonally, but then that 1% of the time they do, and you're like, how the fuck did you do that? Why couldn't you do it 5 minutes ago? You haven't sharpened yours in years? I don't know. I'm kind of anal about a few things, and keeping my knife sharp is one of them. I'm a bit of a maniac when it comes to certain things. It's like keeping my counters clean is another one. Like I'm constantly cleaning everything in my house. Hold on a second. Haz, you just posted a screenshot. Does it literally just say, ere the beasts get hungry? Is there like a necromancer creation just called beasts in your world? You found copper? Huzzah! Success! You did it! Congrats. One thing I love about this game, though, is you have to place down torches, and the lighting is really nice. Wood door. Oh, well, they tried building the wood door before they built the floor. Well, can't say that's my fault, guys. Buy good knives and keep them sharp. True story. I've never bought a cooking knife in my life. When I moved out, I had been given a single chef's knife, and the grocery store that I used to shop at had a promotion where you'd buy groceries and they'd give you stickers and you'd fill out a little booklet and you could get prizes. And one of the prizes, which we did the math, we had to spend like $800 in a couple of, it was like 3 months I think we had. We had to spend like $800 on groceries to get enough stickers to do this. But we spent enough money on groceries because we also bought cat litter and cat food from there. And we got a $300 chef's knife kit, so it's mine. Because it was me and my ex at the time. And so I got a pretty nice little chef's knives kit. So I have some very fancy knives, so I'm pretty psychotic about keeping them sharp. Can they cross water? Can the people cross water? I don't know if the people can, but I know that the demons for the undead race can just like fly across water. I kind of get the feeling that these people are about as good at swimming as Link from Legend of Zelda when he doesn't have the right boots. I have a feeling they'll go into the water and go glug, 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 glug. Yeah, digging underground is definitely faster. But I feel like building above the water is more satisfying. I might build on top of this. So do like something like this. And put a ladder going up in here. So let's do a ladder right there. A ladder right, well, actually, and then remove that. Let's say, yeah, we'll just let them build. Well, actually, I'm gonna need to do plank, plank. There we go. So it's gonna have shingles around the edges, but I think they'll be able to build that without it collapsing. Steel nugget can now be made. Ooh. Spooked you because it's so real sounding? Is it that real sounding? That's what speeding up and slowing down time is for. I like playing games like this at slow speeds, so I'm letting it run smooth. Intruder! Stuthi... Wait, what? Oh, this guy. Stithuxiaxo. Stithuxiaxo. Oh, there you are. You're about to kill somebody. Might need to back you up. Run away there! Oh, did we get him? Yeah, we got him. Yeah, loot. Top priority. Let's see what we got. Iron dagger, wool pants, and remains. Your corpse is poo. Nah. How does that make you feel? How's the game volume, by the way? Should I turn it up, or is it a good volume? All right. I'm going to leave them on speed 2. And I'm going to take a quick bio break. I'll be back in a moment.
Bring out your dead!
Were you looking for Helia? I feel like that was the command you were looking for. Wandering. Also, exclamation point heal is very important during most fights.
Heal, damn it.
But yeah, I feel like for a lot of people, this game will be optimally played at like this speed, or even this speed. But I like playing it on slow. If you crank it up to max, will be a lot more the speed most people would like. But I like playing games like this on slow so I can follow what's going on and I don't miss things. Otherwise, I will miss things. And then I will feel like a big dumb instead of a big smart. And I like feeling like a big smart when I play games. It's a quaint little town we've built so far, I think. Quaint little town. How in depth is this game? Well, there's 64 layers of depth, in fact. 64. So you can go in 64 layers of depth. I realize that's probably not the question you were actually asking. How in depth is this game? Well, I mean, comparing it to something like Dwarf Fortress is completely unfair. How do you deal with bandits? You tell your dudes to slap the bandits. That's how you deal with bandits. And you can make fancier weapons and have patrol squads and such, but I don't really have enough people to do that right now. You can have like hundreds of people. So you can have quite large forts. Can you set up routines for the village folk? Yep, you can automate all their jobs and everything. I have some food jobs automated right now. Yes, bandit slapping is the best method of bandit removal. Simply slap the bandit harder than they'd be slapping you, and then you do the winning. But in reality, like, how in-depth is this game? The first time I ever played it, it had about 15 hours worth of content, I would estimate. But now I'd say that's probably closer up to 40 to 50, depending on how much you enjoy just building. It's obviously not fair to compare it to Dwarf Fortress, considering it hasn't been in development as long, and is trying to be a more chill town builder style of that. The developer has described it kind of like more Terraria than Minecraft, so the depth is going to be found by digging down and finding weird characters that lurk in the deep that give you quests and goals and things to do. So it's more of that kind of game, less of a, Dwarf Fortress's style of depth, where it's world simulation and mechanics. It's less of that and more just in building a cute town and then going out to other locations and exploring the world. That kind of thing. There are 2 playable races right now: the humans and the ancients, who are like undead liches. Rabbit has appeared on map. I shall murder the fuck out of that rabbit. Entity. Nature. Rabbit. Rabbits. Rabbit. All right, I need a person. Should really just like make a control group for this. I need you guys to come and kill the rabbit. Eh. 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 Come get the rabbit. Where you at? I told you you have one job, and that's murder the rabbit. So come do the rabbit murder, please. Come on, Deep Python Rabbit, hopefully. Also. Ooh, fancy mushrooms that we can make into meals. Lots of bloatiest mushrooms. But yeah, no, it's one of those games where it's like, it's in early access and it's worth picking up because of how cheap it is, and I would say that it's worth checking in from time to time just to see what's been added. I very much enjoyed this game, though. Show up in a place and get eaten by the local predator is a rabbit's life? Is that what you're saying? I think they just killed a rabbit. Maybe they didn't. Maybe the rabbits left the map. I must also be running out of wood again, seeing as there's literally no wood on the ground. I'm gonna have to start farming wood pretty soon. Seeing as all of my construction is being made out of wood, meaning everything's now red, so I'm out of wood. There we go. We have wood again. Magical. But yeah, no, this game's kind of, like, on one hand, easy to recommend to people who play Dwarf Fortress, but on the other hand, kind of hard to recommend to people who play Dwarf Fortress. Just because it's like, there's a lot to this game, but also there's obviously not as much as Dwarf Fortress. So it's kind of, it's a weird recommendation. I really like it, but I like it because it's trying to be like Dwarf Fortress, but also at the same time, kind of not all that much like Dwarf Fortress. It's unique enough in its own way that it manages to stay interesting, at least for me. Especially with the fact that it's trying to, you know, focus on multiple races. I think that's really cool. I mean, I'd say give it a shot, because it is like $8. You know, it's one of those situations where if this game was like $30, I'd be like, nah, maybe not. But because it's like $8 on sale, normally 10, it's one of those like, yeah, buy it. And if you're interested in supporting it, chuck the dev a couple dollars on Patreon. What have we here? Hand over 1 plant fiber and no one dies. I mean, right now they'll probably kill me, so fine. Take the plant fiber and fuck off. Dean the Wayward Bandit has shown his face. We gave him the plant fiber that he demanded. It's not like we don't have 1,000 of those. It's like this and Songs of Six are both kind of like do a pretty good job of feeling like Dwarf Fortress without actually being Dwarf Fortress. And I kind of have to commend both of them for that. Unlike something like Space Haven, where they claim to be inspired by Dwarf Fortress, but completely lose the feel somewhere. Exactly, Mohammed. That's basically what he said. And it's, like, free. I could just, like, cut another flower and have it. Do 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 do. What do you think of it, Zalora? And also, hi. Yeah, I'm doing an interview with the developer on Monday, which is getting recorded on Monday. Will hopefully be up by Friday, so I need footage. It's all right. Yeah, that's a pretty good review of this game. It's all right. It's cheap. It's neat. I hope the developer can afford to continue working on it for a long time so it can become something amazing. But right now, it's just kind of a steadily improving, solid little game, in my opinion. Last one, underground crops, was like impossible. I mean, I've never tried growing crops underground. These are humans, not dwarves. When's the interview with Tarn? It's on the 15th. At 3 p.m. Pacific. The VOD will go up on YouTube on the 16th at around 1 p.m. Pacific. I will put out an announcement video probably next week. Confirmed yesterday, so times should be locked, but I need the confirmation before I make the confirmation video. There will also be a DF News video that morning because that's the day that they put out the bi-weekly newsletter with the screenshots and little details. So I can also advertise it then as well, which will be helpful. Just like Dwarf Fort, yep. The food requirements get crazy to manage. I know Freskins was talking about having 150 plus people in this. I think that sounds fun though. To me, like, have stuff being difficult to manage is like an active selling point for games. Like, if something is difficult to manage, that is a good thing. But we'll see. Also, we're going to have to start building a wall pretty soon, methinks. The normal food requirement is fine. I just feel later in the game find space, cause again you can't build down with crops. I think I understand what you're saying. That's just weird wording. Oh, I see. I gotcha. I was more, it was one of those responses where I was just like, do I need to ask if you just had a seizure and have you called an ambulance? But I see that you're fine. Hope you're having a good dungeon run. But yeah, thanks for the take. Always nice to know other people's opinions. We're also gonna start farming up here probably. Although first we should cut out this. Do 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 do. Let's do that. And that. You've been on a Minecraft kick as of late yourself? Really? Also, hey, Flemmy. How's things? The Halcyon Frequency Minecraft server got updated to the most recent version. So if you ever want to play with people, you can do that there. Although I don't know how many people are actively playing on the server right now. I think we need some people to stream it again. I kind of wish I enjoyed playing Minecraft. Because it is like, you know, one of the most popular games ever made, but I just don't. I just don't. I'm gonna start filling some things in. Let's build that. And everyone has tools relevant to their jobs. I don't even have people on specific jobs right now. Everyone's just doing everything currently, but noted. Well, if you want, I can whitelist you. Wondering. We also have that Empyrean server as well. Although that one is subscriber only. So you have to be subscribed to one person on my team, which you are. So. But yeah, I can see the tools would be very important later on. Early on, it doesn't seem to matter, though. One thing I haven't ever actually figured out is for archers, do you need to make ammunition for them, or are they just kind of good to go with just a bow? Because if I need to make ammunition for them, I haven't seen anything regarding that. Where are you? This thing. And then you make plant fiber broth. 10. You don't remember there being ammo? Right. Cool. Because there's a few things in this game that are like combined that I just have a hard time wrapping my head around because I'm so used to the way Dwarf Fortress does it. If you know what I mean. Squeakin' have arrived on the map. Fascinating. No idea. Wandering player. I've heard, I mean, Zalora was just talking about having 50 plus. The most I ever had was about 60. And that was in a very much older version of the game. And Freskins was talking about having 150. So I guess as many as you can manage. This game doesn't really strike me as one that would have problems with frame rate just because of the way it runs. Your biggest... yeah, I hate manual control. I know a lot of people who love it in RimWorld, but people ask for it in Dwarf Fortress all the time, and I'm like, what? You are insane. If you think that that's a good thing. Insane, I tell you. Insane! Did you just wake up or something, Stone? I feel like UI would be the limiting factor in this game. It would kill the game, Kukra. How you doing, Kook? It's good to see you. We got plant fiber broth. I mean, I slept from about 11 o'clock at night last night until about 4 o'clock in the morning, and then was awake until about 7. Fell asleep, woke up when my alarm went off at 7:30, decided to just sleep for another hour, and I did. And so I slept for an hour and a half. And then I woke up and streamed an hour late today. So I feel like I've been streaming for like 7 hours, but I've only been streaming for 5. Yeah, I remember the combat being funky in this game. But I also remember looking at the devlog for this game and seeing that combat is quite a bit further down in the priorities list, and the priorities list is all focused around like the actual world map itself. I was like, you can, you know, go somewhere else, which is really cool. Just pack your shit up and leave. Yep, you can deconstruct anything. You go to the job screen and clear remove. So just clear and remove stuff. Prioritize up that job, and then they'll go do it. You're on night shifts for a week? Boo, Kook. Boo. And then went to bed, and now you're up again? Well, good morning, I guess, Stone. Summertime does that to me, at the very least. It always fucks my sleep. My sleep never stays very steady when the summertime's around. For the rest of 2021? That's a pretty good thing to get in promising. Did you get it in writing? But congrats, man. On not having to do night shift for the rest of 2021. In writing. Damn. Well, hell yeah, then. In that case. Do you at least get paid better for working the nights? Because, you know, like, if you're getting, like, extra dosh, that's not so bad. Also, Zalora, if there's anything in particular you'd want to ask the dev of this, let me know because I'm chatting with him on Monday. Off stream. That's part of the reason I'm streaming this is because I need footage for that little interview, which will go up on YouTube probably Friday? Question mark. The audio will go up much sooner on Patreon for patrons. I don't know. Just think it over. I do actually have an Odd Realm room on the Discord as well, which you can plop things in if the thought arises. I'll probably poke there tonight as well. Odd but consistent. You're sure it'll stabilize again at some point. Is it oddly humid where you're at, Stone? Or have you had like temperature or humidity fluctuations recently? So I find that sudden fluctuations in temperature and humidity in the area can really fuck up my sleep. Like really fuck up my sleep. Why is migrating a one-way trip? Like, why can't you go back? That's interesting. It's very common to the very common Dwarf Fortress question of why can't you just jump into adventure mode mid-game? Yeah, I could ask about that. Could probably make it a question about limitations, which is something I was gonna do anyway. That's not a bad idea, though. Our corn's ready to be harvested, more or less. Jobs. Clear, remove, top priority. I think it's just that, right? Yep. Need that flooring gone, and then shingle. Let me build roof on the second floor. I don't know what I'm going to do with this upper floor, but we'll do something with it. Maybe just more beds? I actually don't have much to read, so I will reread stuff for that. Black metal is a less intense form of punishment than kneecapping. Goat's milk makes cheese, and summoning chickens isn't recommended. Broken mugs might encourage using caution more than fighting musicians. Nonsensical nonsense makes no common sense. Which way is the pit of... If you would like to add things, please join my Discord. And add words one at a time to the Discord word stories. Although if they're just swear words, I will skip them. You lose all your buildings and can't go back. I think I know what the answer to that question is going to be, but interesting. Yeah. Too many loose ends I've heard. With DFHack, you can't... I mean, I know exactly why you can't switch... Why you can't switch to adventure mode mid-game in Dwarf Fortress. I know exactly why. But it's just not the way the game works. The game would have had to be designed with that from the start. Set it all on fire and move to the next place, Hannah? I mean, sometimes you just gotta start fresh, you know what I'm saying? There ain't no turning back now. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I don't know. I'm kind of worried about this game. You know, between games like bigger budget projects like Going Medieval and Dwarf Fortress also getting its Steam release, I'm worried about this game's future. That's my biggest gripe with this game right now. Is I'm just worried that that people are gonna. Well, not enough people know that this game exists already, but I'm worried that it's gonna become more like that as time goes on. If it's intended or just the current mechanic. Yeah, no, totally. Current limitations versus future possibilities is always a fun topic. What's fun? Did something just die? I don't see anything that just died. Whenever anybody says fun, exclamation point in my chat, I expect something to be dead. It's like, I don't see anything dead. What are you talking about? Oh, just fun topics of like games losing their place or games not having a place, really? Yeah. I mean, it's a tricky topic, but it's something I'm curious about with this game. About whether or not it's going to like maintain its place or if it's going to kind of just get lost in the shuffle. Which, you know, I think it's a fair thing to be concerned about with this game. I love the lighting, though. I hate the way RimWorld does multiple colonies. It's so fucking forced, and it runs so poorly. Not gonna lie, RimWorld adding that shit actually kind of ruined the game for me. One day, Dwarf Fortress will unlock the world and we'll just be able to see the entire world at once. Every single update that RimWorld added post 2016, in my opinion, was half-baked and made the game less interesting. Which is, you know, the negative part about early access, right? Like, you could buy a game in early access and love the initial version that you get and then slowly dislike it more and more and more as it gets better, air quotes, or more developed in air quotes, which was certainly the problem that I had with that game. It's like every single little bit as time went on for me in that game, the less I enjoyed it. Main question right now is, am I going to have enough food to survive the winter? Which is something that I need to focus on. But we're into summer now. Oh, that's another thing that I like about this game is time moves really fucking slowly. Like, if you're used to, like, Dwarf Fortress time or RimWorld time or any of those, you're used to time moving pretty quick. Time moves very slowly in this game. Also, yeah, I need to plant trees, too. There's a bunch. That'll do for right now. I don't know. I want to see the eventual world unlock for Dwarf Fort. Right, Fioza, what's up? Hello. Welcome to a little bit of Odd Realm. This is Odd Realm. It's a little game that's available on Steam and itch.io. See if I can find the link for it. Actually, I haven't posted a link today. It's been around for a little bit now. It's actually been purchasable longer than Steam would let on to suggest. It's been available since 2017, but released onto Steam in 2019. And there they go. They are finishing building that little roof. Rise to Ruins? Ah, very different from Rise to Ruins. Rise to Ruins is a god game. Magic. Graphically, though, kind of. Whereas this game is actually a topographical 3D map. Whereas Rise to Ruins is a flat map. Also, Rise to Ruins is more of a tower defense game, whereas this is much more of a like base builder style colony game. I didn't like Rise to Ruins. Like, I played a bit of it, and I don't know, it never grabbed me. I actually bought it back when it was called Retro Pixel Castles. You remember that. Also, is it Trapdoor? I think it's Trapdoor. Yes, it is. What are you doing? You are idle. Why are you idle? Oh, because you don't have Harvest available. There you go. Now you do. It's kind of boring if you play it for a little longer. Yeah, touche. I don't know. This game is more about kind of... Ooh, there's chickens. Can you tame stuff? I don't think so, because you're a child. You can. I think I'm hitting the wrong button here. Yes. I was indeed. It's right click, not left click. Kill him! With kindness. Chicken has been tamed. All right, so now I can make a animal pen. Fence? There we go. Can I just do it this way? Yeah, that's not really what I want, but it'll work. Do I need to make nest boxes for the chickens, or will they just lay eggs? I actually don't know, which is why I asked. Yeah, currently 2 playable races. There will be more in the future. I'm actually streaming this right now because I'm gonna use this footage. You need a trough? Okay, I'll look into it. Food trough. Anyway, I'm recording this because I need footage, and the footage is going to be used as part of an interview that I'm going to do with the developer. I'm going to record it off stream on Monday, so I need footage. which is why I'm here playing this. Although I probably would be playing this anyway. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, bum, bum. Uh-oh. So two look identical. Yep, this game's on sale right now because Steam sale's happening. It's very cheap. Hey, Pilot, how we do? Happy weekend. Race weekend is going to be fun, I think. I saw the results from Quali. I haven't actually watched Quali's yet, but I'm going to watch it after. I am very excited. So how do I add entities? How do I do this? Okay, so we need a food trough and a water trough. Water. Also, how many of those animals did I actually tame? 4 new blueprints. Oh, I can make boiled egg omelet, a Shelpnir special, and tomlik fries, whatever that stuff is, but omelets sound pretty great. Oh, I see. Requires wheat bread, potato, and egg. Is that just like a large breakfast? Turmeric fries is potato and egg. Let's make a couple omelets. Just always have, I don't know, 4. Of bolt action? I don't know what bolt action is, but I'm glad it was fun. Where's that list? That's not the button I wanted. Also, I have another settler. Unless they... Oh, I see, because they count the animals. Right. So where'd the other chickens go? Where did the other chickens go? Ah, there we go. Oh, they all left. Okay, so I only have the one tamed chicken then. What settlement number of this game of the months are we on? What? What settlement number of this game of the months are we on? I don't understand the question. Freskins. Sorry, I'm trying my best, but I really do not understand the question. Chad, can anyone, like, comprehend what Freskins just tried to say? Because I sure can't. I feel like a lot of World War II FPS games just came out, Pilot Guy. I know that you're saying tabletop, but... I'm making you very drunk today. Okay. How many times have we started a new settlement? This is the only settlement I have started today. Chad, can I get a round of beers for Freskins? Sounds like he's had enough already, but can I get some more? We've been in the game for 1 season, and we've only made 1 fort today. Or 1 base, shall we say. Going to make more raw food storage. Just because, you know, we haven't had enough reasons to have rounds of beers today. Because it's been what? 1 gifted sub, 1 resub, and 100 bits? Yeah, not enough reasons to have beers. We need more beers, chat. Ah, crap, I did the thing. Accidentally dug out floor tiles I wasn't intending on. Crypt Vine. Crypt Vines makes crypt wines. You put dirt cobble if you accidentally dig it out, and for stone, I'm not sure. I think it's just cobble, yeah. Or at least that's what I put in them. And they should be able to just fill it in without actually digging into it or getting themselves stuck. They're pretty smart about that, actually. Like, they're pretty miraculously decent at getting out of stuck spots. How many bingos have you made today, Freskins? That or I'm just depressing you so much that I'm driving you to drinking. I'm not trying to steal your walls, Stone. I'm trying to dig out your walls. Knock them over. Never mind, they canceled it. Oh, see, that sounds like a really good way for your drink to not get, Oh, so you take a chug for every square you get? I getcha. If you want to know what Freskins is doing, exclamation point bingo in the chat, which is a command I totally forgot existed. Yeah, the ability to fill dirt back in is actually a feature Dwarf Fortress doesn't have. I personally think we should add in the rule that every time you make a bingo, you have to gift a sub. But you have rats? Oh no! What did that say? I was drinking. Is low on beverages. Well, they're already dealing with that, so it's fine. Thanks, Freskins, for helping keep the channel funded. Shouts to Zaloro, and Piece of the Universe, and Jackatoo, and Foolatio, and Fix My Head, who got gifted ad-free viewing for the next 30 days. Cheers. I hung out with that fool not too long ago, actually. He's a local bloke. Cheers for the $1, Wild Pig. I'm also pretty sure that that was a joke, but it ended with me getting 5 gifted subs, so I'm not complaining. I really, really like the sprite for Animal Population. It's a very good little sprite. Cheers, pilot. Thanks, man. Hey, Haas, you now have beers and ad-free viewing. Courtesy of Pilot. You could say that, Peak. You could indeed say that. Well, I mean, I'm hiding the sub counter because it's low. Well, not low. It's fine. It's back to normal. But the reason I'm hiding the sub counter is because I'm recording YouTube footage. And I don't really want to have that for, you know, the interview video. Yeah, it's back down to normal levels. Dropped down this morning. We had 272 subs, though, because of those gifts. I have a feeling it'll be a while before we go above 400 again. Although, actually, outside, not counting Prime subscriptions and not counting gifted subscriptions, I only have like 130 subscribers normally. It's roughly 130 before gifts and Primes. Yeah. Numbers are inflated by those, shall we say. Which is why whenever somebody subscribes without Prime, like, and just subscribes, it's always like, wow, thank you.
That hype about?
Good question, B. Like, I don't know. Cheers, man. Although I shouldn't be building these right now because I should get those done first. But thanks for the $2, B-Lug. Cheers, man. My settlement is low on beverages. Okay. I guess it's time to up the production. 50. There we go. You were waiting for the right moment to use it. Gotcha. Twitch has a thing that they don't advertise at all called Twitch RPG, Zapdos, where occasionally they will send you user feedback surveys, and you fill out the user feedback surveys, and they send you a couple bits for your trouble. So you get like 200 bits, sometimes 500 bits. But you have to be pretty quick about it because only like the first few hundred people who fill out the surveys get paid. So you have to be kind of quick. Kind of thinking about just making a bedroom tower with ladders on around the outside. Add bits with extra steps. No, because ad bits don't exist anymore. And these do. Also, instead of getting like 50 cents, you get like $2. It's feedback surveys where they pay you. Also, I'm pretty sure it's rocket-propelled grenade, not rocket-propelled gun. Rocket-propelled gun sounds like something I made in Gary's mod. 40 seconds to keep the hype train alive. Yeah, I only ever got one ad bit once, and it was for Rise of the Planet of the Apes. So you could go look up when that came out. What, like a flying turret Zapdos? But thanks for the hype train, guys. Cheers. Choo-choo indeed. I already have the best one right now. Which I'm so happy I finally got. So happy I got it. The adorable Spoder. Oh, hey, they finally got that dirt wall built. I'm working on this dirt wall along this side so that we can defend ourselves. Because you know we're going to need to do that eventually. Looks like it's bedtime for our little humans. Is there a way to turn up the background sounds? I'm actually going to turn down the overall stuff for music and turn up everything else. We'll see how that does. This is kind of funny. So my bot still doesn't understand the hype train emotes. So according to my bot, hype creep is a smiley, which is fitting, and hype dough is a KO. I find that very amusing. But yeah, no, I'm fully expecting by like midway through next week to be down to about 220 subs. Based on the number that got gifted last week, unless something crazy happens in the next few days, that's kind of where we're going to be at, which is okay. It's all right. Subs aren't the biggest form of revenue for streamers anyway. At least for me, Patreon is. Except for months like last month, which were definitely not the norm.